25. This is the afternoon sitting of the National Assembly. The morning sitting was adjourned due to quorum hitch, and this afternoon, the members of the National Assembly have yet another opportunity to undertake the business of the House on this Wednesday, the 12th of November 2025. This broadcast is brought to you by the Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit in conjunction with the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. At order number 8, the Government-Owned Enterprises Bill, National Assembly Bill number 40 of 2025, will be considered in a vote. The question will be put because the debate for the second reading was concluded, and the business remaining there is for members to decide on whether or not this bill should be read for the second time. And at order number 9 is a motion by the Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Environment, Forestry and Mining. The motion is on the consideration of sessional paper number 5 of 2024. On the National Green Fiscal Incentives Policy Framework. That motion will be moved by the Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Environment, Forestry and Mining. At order number 10 is the Capital Markets Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 30 of 2025. This is by the leader of the majority party. The bill has been lined up for debate for the second reading. At order number 11 is a motion by the Chairperson, Constitutional Implementation Oversight Committee. The motion regards the first report on the status of implementation of the Constitution by, namely, the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights, the National Land Commission, and the National Gender and Equality Commission. At order number 12 is the Provisional Collection of Taxes and Duties Repeal Bill, National Assembly Bill number 18 of 2025. This bill has been lined up for the second reading. And order number 13 is a motion by the Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Energy. It's on inquiry into the matter of reduction of electricity costs in the country. At order 14 is a motion by the Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Trade, Industry and Cooperatives. The motion is on consideration of Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement between the Republic of Kenya and the United Arab Emirates. At order 15 is a motion by the Chairperson, Special Funds Accounts Committee. The motion is on the report on the audited accounts for the Judiciary Mortgage Scheme Fund for the financial years 2011 and 2012 to 2021 to 2022. At order 16 is a bill, the Judges Retirement Benefits Bill, National Assembly Bill number 27 of 2025. This bill has been lined up for debate for the second reading. The principal object of this bill is to provide for the pension and other retirement benefits to judges of superior courts and for connected purposes. The bill has been in development since the late 1990s and marks a significant step towards realizing the principles of the Constitution in respect of the judiciary, its independence, and the remuneration and benefits of judges of superior courts. The Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Moses Masika Wetangula, has stepped into the chambers. Let me now hand you over for this live broadcast. My name is Edward Kabasa. Enjoy your viewing.
Waheshimiwa, tuombe. Ewe Mwenyezi Mungu, ambaye kwa hekima na wema wako umeteua nyadhifa za viongozi na mabunge kwa ustawi wa jamii na utawala wa haki wa wanadamu, tunakusihi utazame kwa neema nyingi sisi watumishi wako ambao umeridhika kutuita ili tutekeleze shughuli muhimu za jamhuri yetu. Tunakuomba uteremshie baraka zako sisi tuliokutanika hapa na utujalie tuyatende na kufikiria mambo yote yatakayofikishwa mbele yetu kwa njia ya haki na uaminifu, ili utukufu na sifa zako siendelezwe na ili kustawisha amani, ufanisi na heri ya nchi yetu, na wale ambao haja zao wamezikabidhi mikononi mwetu. Amen. Sergeant, ring the quorum bell.
As we wait for the House to achieve the requisite quorum, that is 50, we'll continue taking a look at the order of business. The order paper you can find day, and at order number 17 is a motion by the Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Labor. The motion is on the consideration of sessional paper number 5 of 2023 on the National Policy on Labor Migration. At order number 18 is a motion by the Chairperson, Special Funds Accounts Committee. The motion is on the report on the audited accounts for the Commodities Fund for the financial years 2018 and 2019 to 2021 and 2022. At order number 19 is another motion by the Chairperson, Special Funds Accounts Committee. This one also regards the report on the audited accounts for the Stores and Services Fund for the financial years 2020 and 2021 and 2021 and 2022, and the Occupational Safety and Health Fund for the financial years 2021-2022. The Chairperson, Special Funds Accounts Committee also has a motion at order number 20 on the report on the audited accounts for the Land Settlement Fund for the financial years 2020 and 2021 and 2021 to 2022, and the Railway Development Fund holding account for the financial years 2017 to 2018 to 2021 2022. At order 21 is a motion by the Chairperson, Committee on Public Petitions. The motion is on the consideration of a petition regarding pollution on River Athi. The Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Environment, Forestry and Mining has a motion at order 22, and it's on the consideration of the Privileges and Immunities, the Global Center for Adaptation Order 2025. Those are some of the businesses that are contained in the order of business this afternoon, the business of the National Assembly, which will begin once the quorum has been achieved. The quorum bell is currently ringing, and the respective leadership of the House is at the moment mobilizing that, and two will be responded to. Honorable Member Joseph Hamisi will request a statement on the nationwide livestock vaccination program. The relevant committee is Agriculture and Livestock. The Honorable Member for Mandera South, Abdul Haro, will request a statement on the status of electricity connectivity in Kotulo Sub-County. The relevant committee to handle this statement is the Energy Committee. The member of the Mombasa County, Honorable Zamzam Mohammed, will request a statement on the status of compensation to the victims of Owino Uhuru area. The Justice and Legal Affairs is the committee that will handle this statement, which will be requested by the Honorable Member. And the Member of Parliament for Gatanga constituency, Honorable Wakili Muriu, will request a statement on delayed completion of various road projects in Gatanga constituency. The relevant committee that will handle this is the Transport and Infrastructure. There are two statements which will be responded to. One from the Honorable Member for Luanda, Dick Maungu. The statement is in regards to the management and operational strategies of Kenya Railways. The committee that was charged with this is the Transport and Infrastructure. The same committee will be responding to a statement which was sought by the Honorable Member from Mombasa County, Zamzam Mohammed, and the statement regards the safety of ferries operated by the Kenya Ferry Service. Those are the two statements which will be responded to this afternoon, the statements which were requested by the Honorable Member for Luanda constituency and the Honorable Member for Mombasa County. If you're just joining us, these are live pictures from the National Assembly chambers on this 12th day of November 2025. We are waiting for the House to quorate. The number required as per the standing orders is 50, and the quorum bell has been ringing for some minutes now. And according to the standing orders, once the 10 minutes have elapsed and there's still no quorum, the Speaker will once again order the quorum bell to be rung for a further 5 minutes. And if the quorum is not achieved after those 5 minutes, then the Speaker will have no other choice but to adjourn the House. The morning sitting was adjourned because the members couldn't attain the required numbers, and we did see that happening. And of course, all that is contained in the standing orders, the 7th edition of the National Assembly. That document is also available on www.parliament.go.ke. You can download the standing orders and educate yourself with how the business of the National Assembly is conducted.
Administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair.
Machele, take the nearest seat. Honorable members, welcome to the afternoon session. I wish to recognize a delegation of staff from the Parliament of Ghana. I wish to welcome 4 members of staff from the Hansard Department of the Parliament of Ghana. The officers are on a visit to the National Assembly to benchmark with the Directorate of Hansard and Audio Services to gain practical knowledge in end-to-end editorial workflow and to adopt best practices in Hansard production. They are welcome to observe the proceedings of the National Assembly. Thank you. In Ghana, thank you, they say midase. Also allow me, honorable members, to welcome Masinde Muliro University of Science and Technology. I believe they are students from Lurambi, Kakamega. On my behalf and on behalf of the House, we welcome you to the House of Parliament. Enjoy the proceedings. Next.
Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
Majority Leader.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Wednesday, November 12th, 2025, afternoon sitting. Reports of the Auditor General and the financial statement for the year ended 30th June 2025 and the certificates therein with respect to 1. Affordable Housing Finance Project, IBRD credit number 8958-KE, the National Treasury. Number 2, Global Fund Project to contribute to achieving Vision 2030 through universal access to comprehensive HIV prevention, treatment, and care. Project number KEN-H-TNT 2065, Ministry of Health. 3, Global Fund Project to contribute to achieving Vision 2030 through universal access to comprehensive HIV prevention, treatment, care grant number KEN-NT-TNT-4147 National Syndemic Disease Control Council. Number 4, Green Zone Development Support Project, Phase 2, credit number PKE-AAD-005, Kenya Forest Service. Number 5, Horn of Africa Gateway Development Project, IDA, credit number 6768, KE, Kenya Revenue Authority. Number 6, Kenya ETF Reporting Program to the UNFCCC Project, State Department for Environmental and Climate Change. 7, Kenya Institute for the Blind. 8, National Commission for Science, Technology, and Innovation. 9, National Council for Nomadic Education in Kenya. 10, National Youth Opportunities Towards Advancement Project, credit number 7355 KE and grant number E210 KE, State Department of Labor and Skills Development. Number 11, Public Debt Management Support Project, ADB, grant agreement number 5500155013-708, the National Treasury. Number 12, Reproductive Health Output-Based Approach, RH-OBA, Program Project number BMZ, number Kenya 2010-65853, Ministry of Health. Number 13, State Department for Parliamentary Affairs. 14, State Department for Technical Vocational Education and Training. And number 15, technical support to the French desk at the National Treasury, project grant number AFD CKE 120401E, the National Treasury. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I lay.
Thank you, Deputy Majority Whip. Next.
Order number 6, notices of motion. Order number 7, questions and statements.
Requests for statements. Joseph Hamisi, nominated member. Who is Hamisi? Joseph Hamisi. Abdul Haro, Mandera South. Zamzam Mohammed, Mama Mombasa.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to provision of Standing Order 44-2C, I rise to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs regarding the status of compensation to the victims of Owino area over lead poisoning in Jomvu constituency. Honorable Speaker, the residents of Owino area in Jomvu constituency have endured severe health and environmental impacts resulting from lead poisoning caused by toxic waste from Metal Refinery EPZ Limited. On 6th of December 2024, the Supreme Court upheld a judgment awarding the residents 1.3 billion Kenya shillings in compensation for personal injury and loss of life arising from environmental pollution caused by the lead acid battery recycling plant. The judgment affirmed the grave suffering inflicted on the victims, particularly women and children, including cases of stillbirth, organ failure, and death. Regrettably, the residents are yet to receive compensation. The inaction has prolonged the suffering of the affected families, many of whom endured chronic illness. Honorable Speaker, It is against this background that I request for a statement from the Departmental Committee of Justice and Legal Affairs on the following. 1. The status of enforcement of the Supreme Court judgment issued on 6th December 2024 regarding the compensation of residents of Winouru area in Jomvu constituency who suffered severe health effects due to lead poisoning from toxic waste emanated by Metal Refinery EPZ Limited. 2. The steps being taken by the government through the National Environmental Authority and other relevant bodies to implement and enforce the court's decision so as to safeguard the rights of victims. 3. The immediate measures being put in place to ensure that the affected families receive urgent medical and financial assistance. And 4, the mechanism put in place to ensure compliance with environmental conservation measures to forestall further emission of toxics by Metal Refinery EPZ Limited. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Mama Zamzam. Jailak, Murugara, members of Jailak, Majority Leader, can you inform the Honorable Murugara to bring a response in 2 weeks?
I will do so, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Honorable Tungule.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. This is a request for a statement regarding the death and burial of the late Jessica Kashutu Zero in Saudi Arabia. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order number 44-2C, I rise to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations regarding the circumstances surrounding the death and burial of the late Jessica Kashutu Zero, a Kenyan citizen who passed away in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Honorable Speaker, the late Jessica Kashutu Zero, a resident of Sosodemu Village, Madamani sublocation in Ganze constituency, was working in Riyadh City, Saudi Arabia, as a domestic worker when he tragically passed away on 30th June 2025. Following her death, the Integrated Center for Peace and Security, ICPS, a registered non-governmental organization that assists Kenyans in distress abroad, wrote to the Principal Secretary, State Department of Diaspora Affairs on the 7th August 2025, seeking assistance to facilitate repatriation of the remains. However, while follow-ups were being made with the Diaspora Affairs Office, the organization and the family were informed that the late Jessica Kashutu Zero had been buried in Saudi Arabia, together with 5 other Kenyans without the knowledge and consent of the families, and apparently without notification to the government of Kenya. The families of the deceased are therefore seeking justice, transparency, and closure. They wish for exhumation and repatriation of the remains of their loved ones for burial in Kenya. This revelation has caused deep anguish and confusion among the families, who have since appealed to the government for intervention and for communication with Saudi authorities to establish how such burials could have occurred without their knowledge and consent. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I seek a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations on the following. 1, the cause of death of the late Jessica Kashutu Zero, whether any post-mortem examination was conducted in Saudi Arabia, and the post-mortem report. 2nd, details of the person or body that granted authorization of the burial of the late Jessica Kashutu Zero and the other Kenyan citizens in Saudi Arabia without the consent of their families, and whether the government of Kenya was notified. Third, the steps being taken by the ministry to facilitate the exhumation and repatriation of the remains of the deceased person to Kenya for proper burials by their families. And lastly, measures in place to ensure that Kenyans working abroad, especially domestic workers, are accorded their rights and that their employers are held accountable for any death, unpaid dues, or violations of international labor laws. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Signed today by Honorable Kazungu Tungule, MP Ganze. Thank you, sir.
You are directing to which committee?
It is the committee, the chairperson, Committee on Defense, Intelligence, and Foreign Relations.
Is member for Konoini here? Bashir, you are the vice chair. Bring a response in 2 weeks.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. We will bring the response in 2 weeks.
Which chair are you addressing?
The Speaker,
Yes.
sorry, Mr. Speaker. We'll bring the response in 2 weeks' time.
2 weeks. Thank you. Wakili Muriu.
Thank you, Mr.
As
Speaker.
Wakili stands, is Joseph Hamisi in the house? And is Abdul Haro in the house? Go on, Wakili.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of the Standing Order number 44-2C, I rise to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Transport and Infrastructure regarding the delayed completion of the Kirwara, Kegio, Jogo, Kimakia Road, Kematu, Idangarare, Magomano Road, and Diara, Keriaine, Wadohi Road in Gatanga constituency. Honorable Speaker, the Kenya Rural Roads Authority, KERA, is mandated to develop, maintain, and manage rural roads across the country. Despite the initiation of the Kirora Kegio Kimakia and Kematu Idangarare and Magomano Road way back in 2017, the roads remain incomplete to date, and the contractor has since vacated site without explanation. The situation has caused immense inconvenience to local residents who continue to grapple with the poor road conditions that hinder access to essential services and economic opportunities. Similarly, the Ndiara Keriaine Wadohi Road, whose constructions commenced in 2021, also remains incomplete. The contractor has abandoned the site midway, leaving the roads in an impassable state. It is believed that the contractor abandoned the sites due to delayed payment by the responsible agencies. The current state of these roads has adversely affected the transport, trade, access to school, markets, and health facilities in the constituency. The President himself has made numerous promises to make good of those roads. Honorable Speaker, it's against this background that I request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Transport and Infrastructure on the following. 1, plans by the Kenya Rural Roads Authority, KERA, to complete construction of Kirwara, Kegio, Jogo, Kimakia Road, Kematu, Idangarare, Magomano Road, considering that considering that the contract commenced way back in 2017. Expected timelines when the contractor will return to the site to complete the construction of the Ndiara, Keriaini, Wadohi Road. And thirdly, Mr. Speaker, measures the ministry has put in place to ensure that such long-standing projects are completed within stipulated timelines and to ensure timely payments of contracted to prevent project delays. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Muriu. Chair Transport. Daud. Give to Daud.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd wish to respond first to...
You can't.
Sorry.
It's a request that
Oh,
has
it
been
was
made
a request.
now.
Sorry, I thought it was the statement.
You are not,
yes,
you are
we
not
will...
attending.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker. We
Bring
will
a
respond
response.
to Honorable Murillo within 2 weeks.
Good. Now we go to Honorable Dena. Are you ready with your request? Not yet. So we'll come back to that. Let's go to responses. Is Dick Maungu in the house? Honorable Dick Maungu. Honorable Zamzam. Dawood, are you ready to Honorable Zamzam on the safety of ferries? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I had the, for Maungu.
There he walks in. So you start with Maungu. Maungu, can you tender an apology for your late coming? Give him the mic. The house starts at 2:30.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I actually sincerely apologize for walking in late. I was headed up somewhere. I'm very sorry, Mr. Speaker.
Daud, respond to the request by Honorable Dick Maungu of Luanda.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to respond to Honorable Maungu's question regarding regarding the report on the assessment of the management on operational strategies of Kenya Airways.
To the office first,
Yes.
Let's do it tomorrow.
Kenya Airways, including its current fleet, position, growth trajectory, and regional competitiveness. Honorable Speaker, the assessment reveals a tale of past challenges and promising turnaround. Kenya Airways' current operational strategy is anchored on the Project Kifaru, a bold initiative launched in 2021 and refined in 2023, which focuses on aggressive cost containment, strategic debt restructuring, diversifying revenue streams. That this disciplined execution culminated in an historic achievement.
Order, Honorable Dena. Can you go back where you've come from? Go to the bar, bow, and cross the floor. It's now 3 years since we started. I'm sure you know this. Go on, Daud.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will repeat routes. Of this, 25 aircraft, 64% are leased, while 36% are owned or under finance lease. The percent are owned or under finance lease. The fleet is currently adequate for its existing network of over 40 destinations across 4 continents. However, for future growth, the airline plans to add 21 aircraft over the next decade and invest in wide-body freighters to address cargo capacity shortages. Number 4, Honorable Speaker, it's the growth trajectory is focused on densifying network, expanding connectivity to Asia, the Middle East, and North America, and transitioning from the small Embraer E190s to the larger, more efficient medium-haul aircraft. On regional competitiveness, Honorable Speaker, KQ operates in an intensely competitive environment. It faces strong rivals as the Ethiopian Airlines, which benefits from deep state integration and a fleet of over 140 aircraft. Rwanda Air, which is fully government funded and now has Qatar Airways as a 49% equity partner and heavily subsidized Gulf carriers. A key differentiator for these competitors is the scale and structure of government support, which integrates airline strategy with hub development and provides policy protection. Regarding the plans by the Ministry of Roads and Transport to restore public confidence, improve service, customer service, and ensure Kenya Airways remains competitive. Honorable Speaker, the ministry has a multi-pronged strategy to achieve these objectives. One, the draft National Aviation Policy, a comprehensive policy that has been completed and awaits parliamentary approval to guide the sector's sustainable growth, safety, and competitiveness. Two, long-term investment plan for JKIA. The ministry with Kenya Airports Authority is implementing a modernization plan for Jomo Kenyatta International Airport, including terminal expansion and runway rehabilitation to enhance KQ's operational base. Number three, JKIA Service Charter, launched in March 2025. This charter sets clear performance standards for all airport stakeholders to ensure accountability, efficiency, and a customer-focused experience. Number four, Interministerial Stroke Agency Committee. A high-level committee has been established to address specific challenges affecting KQ's competitiveness, including outstanding government debts and blocked funds in foreign markets. Number five, Fly Kenya policy. This policy mandates the use of Kenya Airways and other local carriers for official government travel, boosting the airline's revenue and market share. Number six, the airline partnerships and code-share agreements. The ministry supports KQ's efforts to expand strategic global alliances to enhance its network reach. Number seven, negotiation of bilateral air service agreements, that is BASAs. The ministry is proactively negotiating BASAs to secure more favorable and equitable terms for Kenya Airways in key international markets. Regarding the specific measures being undertaken to ensure that financial support is tied to performance conditions to protect the interests of taxpayers. Honorable Speaker, the government support to Kenya Airways has been structural, not as unconditional bailouts, but as performance-linked, repayable shareholder loans. Since March 2020, KQ has received 25 billion in such loans. Crucially, these loans earn interest for the Kenyan public and are repayable in full. This support is tied to strict conditions to protect the taxpayer, including one, restructuring obligations, funds such as those under the Project
Can you
Kifaru.
paraphrase your statement?
It is finishing, Mr. Speaker. It's finishing, it's just two more. Project Kifaru.
2 pages or 2 paragraphs?
It's only 2 small paragraphs. 2 lines, where conditional on reducing aircraft lease costs, meeting creditor obligations, and implementing staff rationalization. 2, enhance governance and reporting. Disbursements require enhanced reporting to the National Treasury and Parliament, ensuring transparent and effective use of public funds. And lastly, audit by the Auditor General. Every financial support package is subject to audit by the Office of the Auditor General to ensure accountability. This approach ensured that KQ did not collapse, which would have caused an estimated USD 3.2 billion economic loss to Kenya, and instead treats public funds as an investment that will yield returns for the nation. I submit on behalf of my chair, Honorable G.K. Kariuki, a chairperson, Departmental Committee on Transport and Infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, that's the...
Dick Maungu.
Thank you, Speaker. Once again, Mr. Speaker, I did say that I'm sorry for walking in late. I was held up in a meeting with artists in my office, and that's why I walked in late. All the same, Mr. Speaker, yesterday I got a 28-page document that did outline from KQ that talked about my questions, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, what the chairman has actually read, to me, is more perfunctory than at its best, because it does not address the real issues, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Indeed, Daud, your statement was a litany of problems of Kenya Airways instead of strategies of Kenya Airways.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
That's how I had it. I
Thank
don't
you,
know.
Mr. Speaker.
It's up to you.
Mr. Speaker, I did put the question, but what Daud has actually given is a whole story from 2012. Mr. Speaker, KQ has engaged in massive projects from Project Mawingu, Operation Pride, Project Safari, Project Kifaru, but they are not addressed the real issues that KQ is suffering, Mr. Speaker. My question was, more of it, Mr. Speaker, I wanted to hear plans by the ministry, or rather KQ, to improve public confidence, to improve customer service, and ensure Kenyan Airways remains competitive, Mr. Speaker. Of late, Kenya Airways, Mr. Speaker, does not serve the public as it should. We have frequent cancellation of flights, Mr. Speaker. We have mistreatment of passengers at the airport, Mr. Speaker. As late as last week, Mr. Speaker, on Sunday, a member of this House was mishandled by a member with disability. His wheelchair was actually put in a cargo, whatever, Mr. Speaker, and he was left by KQ. So the chairman has not come out to actually tell us what it is that KQ is doing to ensure there's public confidence in KQ, Mr. Speaker. Their flights are expensive for nothing, Mr. Speaker. They keep on cancelling flights without due notice, Mr. Speaker. So to me, this statement does not meet the threshold, and I wish that the chair can do more to this, Mr. Speaker. This is a weighty matter. I'm sure most of these members would also wish to talk on the same, because it's a weighty matter, Mr. Speaker, and KQ must improve. KQ must pull up its stocks, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that public confidence, being a national carrier, Mr. Speaker, does as well. Mr. Speaker, you discover that...
You are now making a speech. You are just supposed to seek a clarification.
That's what I'm seeking in many words. Mr. Speaker, in Africa, KQ was the pride of Africa. But as we speak, it is not, Mr. Speaker. Ethiopian Airways, the Emirates, Rwandan Air are now beating a giant like KQ. So, Mr. Speaker, I beseech you and seek your indulgence that the statement must be redone so that we can actually have answers to these critical questions. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I was just watching your facial appearance, and you were bored with the answer given, because you are wondering, was this the KQ that you are used to or a different KQ? Because that answer was totally referring to another KQ maybe in the utopian world. Mr. Speaker, having said this, over the years, we have branded this as our national flag carrier, the pride of Africa. I'm not sure whether I'm willing to carry that tag of KQ being the flag of the pride of Africa. I wouldn't want to call it the shame of Africa. But that being said, Mr. Speaker, over the years, since I joined this parliament, the government of Kenya has offered KQ structural support, technical support, financial support, administrative support. The only thing that we get in return is wastages, poor PR, losses, Mr. Speaker. And this is the reason. The reason is this. The planes in use are all owned by cartels, Mr. Speaker. They are all owned by cartels who have leased to KQ at exorbitant rates, Mr. Speaker. And until that is addressed, then we are wasting public money, Mr. Speaker. And I want to challenge the chairman who has asked, start from the Boeing and all the other planes in service in KQ, find out who are the owners. You'll be surprised. It is owned by cartels. Mr. Speaker, if you dig further, you will be making loss. What measures has the KQ management put in place to remedy first their poor PR, the financial loss, Mr. Speaker, the wastages, and all the other challenges affecting KQ, including the poor government system? Mr. Speaker, if you are to travel today on an economy from here to Mombasa, is the same cost as from here to Emirates, KQ. What are we saying? Does KQ operate in a different IATA platform, or this is a completely different airline? It is high time that we institute a select committee, Mr. Speaker, a select committee out of this question, comprising of professional members, Mr. Speaker, from this House, to critically interrogate the challenges facing KQ. That answer
Sunguli.
ought to be thrown to the dustbin. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I want to join my colleague here who asked for the statement, the member for Luanda, in saying that this statement needs to be redone. Because the statement simply is saying that you should not compare KQ with Qatar and others because they are government funded. The last time I checked, government owns about 48% of KQ. And Qatar and the rest are going to be, they are five-star airlines. But my question, Mr. Speaker, if I could take from what Honorable Keinani is saying, apart from the cartels of ownership, last week when you invited us to Mombasa, when I boarded when we were going to board the aircraft, we were taken by bus from the gate to the plane. And the bus took 1.5 minutes to arrive to the destination. And I'm sure that the owner of the bus was paid. And this is one of the many ways in which KQ is using to make it more expensive for it to run, and it is not running away from any cost cutting. It's not doing any cost cutting. In fact, we need to investigate more.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am of the contrary opinion, Mr. Speaker. The challenges in KQ are systemic.
Honorable member for KO South. This
Yes,
is
sir.
not a debate. This
No,
is a statement.
I'm just giving a small background.
You are standing either to seek a clarification or nothing.
Okay, allow me 1 minute, Mr. Speaker, to just give a clarification.
What are you clarifying? You are not the respondent to the question.
I'm not a shareholder. Okay, Mr. Speaker.
If it's in your opinion that Kenya is very good, you have no question to ask.
No, it's
Take
not
your
good.
seat.
But
Yes.
I wanted to say the challenges that, you know.
Ask Dawood the question.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Maybe some information to the chair. Maybe some information to Dawood, Mheshimiwa. If it is allowed. Let me proceed. Mr. Speaker, if you compare KQ with other airlines, airline business requires a lot of investment. The Ethiopian Airways we talk about, look at how much money the government of Ethiopia has invested in terms of equipment, in terms of the airport. If we look at Qatar Airways and the partnership they have together with Rwanda Air was collapsed. Qatar Airways has invested money. Now it's getting up. If you look at airlines in Africa, look at South African Airways.
Honorable Kimayo, you are definitely the only stranger in Jerusalem. Take your seat. You are the only stranger in Jerusalem. Take your seat. Ruto.
Thank you, Chair. Allow me to take also a moment to weigh in to the request by the mover of the statement that the committee should relook at that particular statement.
Kimayo, do you live in Kenya? Go and read a book by Chinua Achebe called The Trouble with Nigeria. Go on.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. The trouble within KQ and KQ operation, as rightly said, I would wish to invite the committee probably also to study America. We've been traveling, and if you go to the United States, not even a single airline that the state is owning. All the airlines are run by private citizens, and America is doing well in the states and outside the states. And they are doing well. They have never come down. For this one that the Kenyan government has been pumping every now and then resources. To me, I think the committee should also evaluate and tell us, is there any more profiting for government to own 40% or 48%? To be struggling, putting control, interfering with governance issues, putting up people who have no interest of the business, but people have other interests because they are coming, quote unquote, from the government point of view. It is time we need to agree. The other day we were discussing the issue of privatization. If the government can only reduce their shares to normal investment level, and then allow private people with business concept and mind and entrepreneurial aspect so that they can be able to run this business, we ensure that it is effective in operation, serves the country well, connects Kenya to the other world, and makes profits, retains employment, creates opportunities, and then reduce the other resources to other opportunities to develop the country. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Kamkunji, Hassan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to speak on the statement made by Honorable Daud. I think Kenya Airways has serious problems that can only be redone or redeemed by a serious reform or change. And to a certain extent, it appears that is not happening. It is a bottomless pit. It's not because it is state-owned or it is partly private. There are many airlines in the world that are partly owned in partnership. It simply means it does not have the right management and organizational mentality to survive in the competitive environment of airlines that we have. For example, 3 times in the last 3 or 4 months, I've been traveling with Kenya Airways from Amsterdam and from London. And both occasions, they canceled when we had checked in without any explanation. If you are going to run an airline like that, there is no question that you're going to fail. So I want to add my voice to the other speakers to say that we should stop funding Kenya Airways. We should cut our costs and let it go private or let it go down so that a new airline that can serve the Kenyan public can come into its place. Because Nairobi is a central hub, is a regional hub, it's an African hub. Unless we are going to have a great airline like Ethiopian Airlines, we're never going to be a competitive country. Our airports are not served very well because of the weakness of Kenya Airways. We're not competitive enough. So Kenya Airways is taking down the development of Kenya's aviation industry. It is taking down Kenya's tourism industry. And it's a high time that we move forward so that we can reestablish Nairobi as the international African hub. It should be.
Point made. The last one, Robert Mbui.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, Mr. Speaker, one of the pillars of business is basically customer service. And I think one of the problems that KQ has is customer service. And Speaker, for customer service, we need to interrogate how they train their workers. Mr. Speaker, you know, the Parliamentary Service Commission is actually one of the biggest customers of KQ.
True.
Now, when we have a case like the one we had recently of a member that is living with disability on a wheelchair, left at the airport and they've traveled with his wheelchair, that totally is unacceptable. Mr. Speaker, I want to remind you that when you were the leader of minority in the Senate, you went to Kenya Airways to take a flight from Nairobi to Mombasa, not even an international flight, but they refused to allow you to board because you did not have your identity card. They knew you, they saw you.
I didn't have the identity, but I had their platinum card with me.
You had your platinum card, you had, I mean, they every day, they even could recognize you, but they refused to allow you to. What kind of PR is that? Yes. What kind of customer service is that? Yes. I think KQ needs to train their staff a lot better, otherwise they'll keep going down like Yusuf has said. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Daud.
Mr. Speaker.
Daud, hold. Let me give the last one to Rindikiri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What I see in KQ, Mr. Speaker, is poor management expenses controls. Mr. Speaker, the issue that we are witnessing at KQ is purely because of management is not able to control the expenses. And if you look at the ratio of management, it is beyond the acceptable international standard of that 5%. Mr. Speaker,
Honorable
Another
Kirima.
commanded this to
Order, Honorable Kirima. Honorable
another
Kirima.
commanded this to
Order, Honorable Kirima. You're obviously not listening. He was saying they don't have enough cargo planes. He didn't say they don't have any cargo planes. He said they don't have enough cargo planes. He didn't say they don't have any cargo planes. Those are two different things. Can you finish? Why not?
yes, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Kilema is blind and is ignorant that Bode constituency produces a lot of flowers in this country. So I know I have more of information than him. Mr. Speaker, I am saying, because, and he look at his business focus. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Dawood, you've heard what your colleagues are saying.
Yes, Mr.
You
Speaker.
see the variance with what you read to the House?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I understand what my colleagues and Honorable Maundu required. And Mr. Speaker, it's not that I do not know about Kenya Airways. When I was, and then even the banks, they could not be paid. They were converted into shareholder loans. Regarding the equipment, what Honorable Kainan has talked about, I could probably agree halfway, but Mr. Speaker, the main problem has been forex hedging in the fuel. But we have, as a committee, invited Kenya Airways next to yourself, Mr. Speaker, or the clerk, so that they can come either on Tuesday or on one or two other members, unless the Speaker...
Honorable Dawood, what you do...
One or two other members, unless the Speaker...
Honorable Dawood, what you do, you pick the Hansard, read what your colleagues have said. It's a total variance with the statement you read to the House. In fact, I don't know whether you are reading a statement about Kenya Airways. So go back and get a response taking into account all the interventions we have received on the floor, and bring a statement on Thursday. No, Thursday is the State of the Nation address. Bring a statement on Wednesday afternoon.
Mr. Speaker, I would request
Yes.
the statement to come after our meeting with Kenya Airways with the questionnaire.
When are you meeting Kenya Airways?
We are meeting most probably either on Tuesday or Thursday. We're just waiting.
So you bring the following Tuesday.
Yes, that's what I would
And you
request.
invite Honorable Maungu to attend your meeting to interrogate them.
Mr. Speaker, I would even go further to request that we be allowed to use the county hall if there are other members who
Permission
want.
granted. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, can I now read the other statement?
Zamzam, yes.
Mr. Speaker, Honorable Zamzam had asked four questions. The report on, and she's got them already. Can I go to straight the answers? Yes. Honorable Speaker, the committee received a response from the Ministry of Roads and Transport through the Clerk of the National Assembly, which I wish to make. Regarding the report on the current operational status of the ferries in use at Likoni and Mutongwe Channel, including the safety audit reports conducted in the last 12 months, the ministry submitted that Kenya Ferry Services currently operates a fleet of 5 ferries at the Likoni Channel: MV Safari, MV Jambo, MV Likoni, MV Kwale, and MV Harambe. A 6th ferry, MV Nyayo, is currently out of service for long-term maintenance program and dry docking. Honorable Speaker, the detailed operational status of each ferry is as follows. MV Safari, which is 4 years old, and it's operational with expected dry docking in January 2026. MV Jambo, 7 years old, it's fully operational, and we expect the prow and hull repairs and replacement of propulsion engines by March 2026. MV Likoni, it's 14 years old, operational with all machinery functioning, recently underwent prow and hull repairs in May 2025, awaiting dry docking for underwater hull painting. MV Kwale, 14 years old, operational throughout the year. A tender has been awarded to Kenya Shipyards Limited for its upcoming structural and hull repairs. MV Harambee, 34 years old, operational and considered the most reliable for large vehicles and trailers. It is first in line for dry docking in the current financial year, with work scheduled to begin. It should have begun on 4th of August 2025. The vessel is due for decommissioning and replacement. And the last one is MV Nyayo, 34 years old. It's non-operational, undergoing long-term maintenance. Honorable Speaker, regarding upgrades, several measures are underway in the current financial year, including the repair and maintenance of firefighting systems on all operational ferries, 2, procurement of prow, repairs for MV Jambo and MV Harambee, 3, acquisition of new propulsion engines for MV Jambo and new propellers for MV Harambee and MV Likoni, 4, dry docking of MV Likoni, Harambee, Safari and Jambo. 6, regarding the immediate measures the Ministry of Roads and Transport has undertaken to address the current state of ferry services at Likoni and Mutongwe crossings. Honorable Speaker, the Ministry has implemented both short-term and long-term measures. The short-term measures include strategic deployment of larger ferries, MV Jambo and Safari, for pedestrians and smaller ferries, MV Kwale and Likoni, for vehicles to manage increased pedestrian traffic. 2, conducting regular maintenance of existing ferry fleet. And 3, deploying police officers to assist in crowd control at the terminals. The long-term measures include acquisition of 1 new ferry expected to be delivered in April 2026, development of traffic circulation plan, which includes improving waiting bays and expanding ramps, and constructing a modern pedestrian holding bay on Likoni side. 3, implementation of socio-economic programs to reduce congestion, such as developing a special economic zone to provide alternative employment, establish a market in Likoni to serve local residents, upgrading Likoni sub-county to attract commercial services and reduce the need for cross-channel travel. 7, regarding an explanation on why the new emergency and safety equipment, including life jackets, life buoys, and other essential tools ordered by the government have not yet been delivered or commissioned, and indicate when they shall be deployed at the ferry terminals. Honorable Speaker, the authority maintains that all ferries are equipped with requisite life-saving appliances, LSAs, including life jackets. The procurement of safety equipment is a continuous and periodic process. Aging equipment is regularly disposed of and replaced based on identified shortages. There is no single delayed order for equipment. Instead, the authority engages in ongoing procurement to ensure a constant state of readiness. New equipment is deployed as soon as it is procured through the routine cycle. Regarding the steps taken by the ministry to ensure modernization of the ferry services and construction of alternative crossings to decongest and ensure safety of persons, the Likoni and Mutongwe ferry crossings. Honorable Speaker, the strategy for modernization and improvement of ferry services, developing a traffic circulation plan with improved infrastructure such as segregated traffic lanes and modern Matatu terminus, replacing 3 old ferries with new modern vessels, with the first one expected in April 2026, conducting continuous maintenance and upgrades of the existing fleet. Diversion of traffic. The operationalization of Dongokundu bypass, this has already diverted over 60% of the 6,000 vehicles that previously used to use the Likoni crossing. Implementing the Likoni aerial cable car project. Once completed, this project is expected to divert an average of 180,000 people daily. I will repeat that. Implementing the Likoni aerial cable car project. Once completed, This project is expected to divert an average of 180,000 people daily. Construction of Mombasa Gate Bridge. This future project will provide an additional crossing option, further diverting vehicles from the ferry service. In conclusion, Honorable Speaker, the Ministry assures the House that the ferries in operation are in good condition and are adequately insured. The Ministry is committed to the safety, efficiency, and modernization of the ferry services and the surrounding transport infrastructure. I read this on behalf, Honorable Speaker, I submit on behalf of Honorable G.K. Karaoke, Chairman, Departmental Committee of Transport and Infrastructure.
Thank you, Honorable Daud. Zamzam.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika, sijaridhika na majibu yake Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa sababu hata hii MV Safari, MV Jambo ambao anasema iko sawa, ukienda hata sasa hivi Mheshimiwa Spika, zile stairs zote zimeisha. Watu wakikanyaga mnapata mguu umeingia ndani, mtu aweza kuanguka ndani ya maji. Na Mheshimiwa Spika, area ambao walikuwa wamesema inanunuliwa, kila tukija kuuliza hapa bungeni, huwa wanakuja wanakuambia 2025 tarehe fulani, mwezi fulani. Sasa leo amsukuma mpaka 2026 wakati ambapo pesa zilishatolewa za kununua feri Mheshimiwa Spika. Na Mheshimiwa Spika pia amezungumzia juu ya zile barabara ambazo zatumiwa na magari. Mheshimiwa Spika, wakati feri inasimama ukienda pale utasikitika. Wananchi wanatumia barabara ya gari na gari pia zinaondoka, kunaweza tokea ajali kubwa pale sana Mheshimiwa Spika. Kwa hiyo ni vizuri na ni jukumu la wale ambao wanahusika pale wahakikishe barabara ya wananchi iwe inatumiwa na wananchi, lakini sio kuja kutuelezea ndio barabara imetengezwa, lakini wanaruhusu pia wananchi wanapita pale, malori yanapita pale, yaweza ikatokea ajali kubwa sana pale ndani ya feri. Kisha wakati feri hasa wakati wa jioni, watu wanajazwa sana Mheshimiwa Spika ndani ya feri moja. Unapata watu wamejaa mpaka wamesimama kwa ramp. Ile ramp wakati mwingine huwa inateguka. Ikiteguka iweza kumwaga watu baharini Mheshimiwa Spika. Kwa hiyo mimi nataka kusema kamiti ambayo inashughulika na mambo haya, ndugu yangu Rahim na wenzake, wahakikishe kuwa wanaleta habari ambazo ni za sawa katika bunge hili, kuhakikisha kuwa wananchi wa Mombasa hasa wanaotumia kivuko cha feri wako salama pale kwenye feri Mheshimiwa Spika. Jambo lingine amezungumzia juu ya Dongo Kundu. Mheshimiwa Spika, kuna tetesi kubwa sana pale Dongo Kundu. Magari ambayo wanatuma kupitia upande ule wanataka kuanza kulipisha. Kuna mtu amekaa pale alipishe magari kwenda upande wa pili. Mheshimiwa Spika, Kenya nzima barabara zimejengwa, Thika Super Highway, mabarabara mengine, kwengine hawalipishi. Kwa nini wakazi wa Mombasa na Pwani waweze kuanza kulipishwa kutumia barabara ambao wametumiwa kujengwa na ushuru wao? Ikiwa feri wanataka pesa, waangalie barabara magari ambayo yanapita pale walipishe kama kawaida pale. Lakini Dongo Kundu, kama mama kaunti wa Mombasa, siwezi kuwa radhi kuona kuwa watu wangu wanalipishwa pesa kuvuka upande wa Dongo Kundu kwenda upande ule mwingine. Kwa hiyo Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi naomba Mheshimiwa Rahim na kamati yako muweze kuangalia, na hata wale ambao wanasema wanataka kupanua ile barabara kutoka ndani ya feri kwenda. Kuna wale ambao walikuwa na maduka yao pale, kuna wanabiashara walikuwa pale, wengi hawajahusishwa katika jambo hili. Na juzi walitaka kufanya maandamano, mimi nikasema hapana, wacha, hili ni swala ambalo nitakuja kuliuliza ili muweze kupata haki yenu. Ikiwa kuna kitu kinataka kufanyika na serikali, tunajua miundo misingi ni lazima ili serikali ya Kenya ama Kenya iweze kupendeza. Lakini wale ambao wataathirika lazima waitwe kwenye meza ya mzunguko, waweze kupewa na wao haki yao. Hata mtu akitoka pale anajua biashara yangu imevunjwa lakini naenda sehemu nyingine. Lakini wasipohusishwa ndio tunaanza kuletea president makosa ambayo hata hajui hana. Kwa hiyo mimi nakuomba ndugu yangu ambao wako kwenye kamiti hii, muweze kufuatilia hili jambo, muhakikishe kuwa hizi feri MV Jambo pia stairs zake ni mbaya. Watu wakipanda wanadondoka kwa maji. Hatutaki hizo story kabisa. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika.
Rahim. Yes, Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, you know, when you listen to Mheshimiwa Zamzam and how fluent she is in Swahili, we tend to get lost at times in her very good Swahili. But I really wanted
reminds you of a book by Shaban Robert called Wasifu Wasidi bin Saad.
Hey. Hicho sijasoma. So let me not even attempt to say what I wanted to say in Swahili, Honorable Speaker. And even as Honorable Rahim responds, because the Dongokundu bypass is a very critical link to link the mainland and the south coast, rather the south coast and the island of Mombasa. But we also have the ferry connection. And you know, Honorable Speaker, the policy that government was pursuing in the construction of many of these bypasses is to create convenience, and especially to serve the tourism sector in the south coast. But for the locals, and you will realize, Honorable Zamzam, many of the people who traverse between the island and the mainland in the south coast, the bulk of the population uses the ferry because it's shorter for them. So I was really pleading that for us as leaders, we need also to be informed by the policy that the government is trying to pursue to ensure, one, that you create those alternative routes, but where it is possible to toll these roads, because they are huge capital-intensive investments that the people of Kenya are making in creating many of these bypasses. That is why you see the expressway. We pay to use the expressway because we have the alternative of the old Mombasa.
The transmission of energy. But Honorable Speaker, it is important to bring to the attention of this House that for the last 2 years, we have budgeted enough money to be able to generate enough energy to be able to propel the economic activities of this country, Honorable Speaker. However, Honorable Speaker, it has not been easy because sometimes we depend on donor funding and sometimes, Honorable Speaker, because again, much of the donor funding, Honorable Speaker, it is engineered by renewable energy. And Honorable Speaker, with the global warming that is the talk of the world, actually the whole world, then we need to go to the renewable energy, where we are talking about using the various resource that our God has provided for this country, and that is the sun, and we can do a lot through solar, wind, Honorable Speaker, and I want to report, Honorable Speaker, the Turkana wind power brings to us almost over 110 megawatts in a day through the wind power generation. Honorable Speaker, we had a discussion as a committee as to how then do we bring down the cost of electricity. Honorable Speaker, there were some suggestions which had been placed. Honorable Speaker, most of the investors who want to invest in the energy generation are not Kenyans, they are foreign. So we as a committee decided that we do a hybrid financial system of supporting this very important sector, Honorable Speaker. And we decided as a committee that if you're a Kenyan, then we can use the denomination of the Kenya shillings. And if you're a foreigner, again, Honorable Speaker, we can be able to bring in the foreign denomination so that we are able to encourage all investors, local investors, and any other foreign investor who comes into the country. Second, Honorable Speaker, we did agree that most of these agreements have not been passing through the office of the Attorney General. Honorable Speaker, it was a debate that we discussed in our meeting, and it was agreed that for every agreement that is to be signed, Honorable Speaker, then the office of the Auditor General must be involved. But at the same time, Honorable Speaker, it was raised by the ministry of the time and maybe the delay or bureaucracy that the office of the Auditor General would take. So we agreed again on a time frame, Honorable Speaker, and the report stipulates very clearly that if in that auction, energy auction that will be done, 30 days is the maximum number of days that we give the office of the Auditor General to be able to go through and be able to either give the concurrence of that office or does not give an approval and give an advice, a legal advice on what should, Attorney General, sorry, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, over and above that, there was an aspect of whether the reports and this agreement should be coming to Parliament. Honorable Speaker, I want to say that as a committee, we agreed that this House has two options. Either we wait for the Auditor General to do their audit, and maybe that report goes to PAC. Or, as a Committee on Energy, we can also request through the Energy Act, the ministry is supposed to give us an annual report on these kind of issues. So again, we have agreed that instead of coming to Parliament, Parliament will have an opportunity either from inquiries that have been done by the Auditor General, or as a committee of this House, we can make a request. But most importantly, Honourable Speaker, we did put some a clause in this report saying that the Auditor General can make a special audit on a matter related to these PPAs. And that is a very fundamental aspect, Honourable Speaker, so that again we don't have to wait until the end of the financial year or a report is done. If as a committee we think that we need to request the Auditor General to be able to do that, then we, as a committee, we have agreed that the Auditor General can be requested to do a special audit so that we are able to. And this, honourable members, we want to just inform you, is that we have agreed as a committee that any agreement must not go beyond the 7 cents per kilowatt hour, Honourable Speaker. We find that some of these independent power producers, particularly outside the grid area, Honourable Speaker, are actually exploiting Kenyans by charging almost 23 shillings per kilowatt hour. I don't know how many times that is. Honourable Speaker, this is something that we have looked into, and we have agreed that in any agreement signed by the government, it must not go beyond the 7 cents per kilowatt hour, Honourable Speaker. And I'm saying this because geothermal, which is the cheapest and which is, we do pay KenGen and GDC. No, it is KenGen, Honourable Speaker. We pay only 5 cents per kilowatt hour. That is what, that is the amount of money KPLC buy energy from KenGen. Honourable Speaker, we have also noticed that the use of diesel engines, particularly again in the off-grid area, has really affected the cost of electricity, Honourable Speaker. So without much ado, Honourable Speaker, I beg and I humbly request this House to consider and approve this report, agree with the committee that it is the high time. Honourable Speaker, with the moratorium, it has actually stopped investors from coming. So, Honourable Speaker, I want to make a humble request to my colleagues that we support this report and be able, so that we can be able to open up the space. There are so many members of my committee who are around, Honourable Speaker, who will be speaking to this, and maybe some of the issues that I have not been able to speak to. Then, Honourable Speaker, I wish to call upon Honourable Mulanya. Honourable Speaker, Elisha Odhiambo is telling me he's more senior than Mulanya, but because we had agreed that Honourable Mulanya will be, I know it is true, he's a ranking member of the committee. Yes, in the sector also. He used to work with KPLC. And he was not sacked. He actually resigned. Thank you. So I will ask Honourable Mulanya to second.
Yeah. Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, I rise to second the motion moved by the Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Energy, for adoption of the addendum report of the Departmental Committee on Energy on the inquiry into the matter of reduction of the electricity cost in the country. Honourable Speaker, as the Chairperson has ably outlined the comprehensive findings and recommendations from our inquiry, I will not belabor the details. Instead, I will only emphasize why this report deserves the full support of this House. Honourable Speaker, This is not an ordinary report. It is an informative blueprint shaped through extensive stakeholder and public consultations, as well as expert analysis, all aimed at ensuring that every Kenyan access affordable, reliable, and sustainable electricity by tackling inefficiencies across the energy sector. Madam Speaker, building on the chairperson's presentation, I would like to emphasize a few pivotal aspects that highlight the urgency and the impact of our proposals. First, on power purchase agreements, we are proposing that the moratorium on new PPAs be lifted, but with strong safeguards, which will include competitive auctions inspired by South African successful model, integration of battery storage systems to stabilize the grid, and hybrid currency contract. The hybrid currency, Madam Speaker, is the one that our chair has said that we are considering to have both the US dollar and the Kenyan currency, with the preference of the Kenyan currency for the investors who are the locals. Madam Speaker, secondly, we must deal decisively with power losses, which cost Kenyans billions every year. But this can only be done by fast-tracking key transmission projects through public-private partnerships and deploying smart grid technology. We can cut these losses to 14.5% within 3 years. That means that that will lower costs and a modern, efficient grid to the system. Thirdly, we need to operationalize reforms so that we optimize geothermal energy as baseload, completing the Kenya off-grid solar access project to expand off-grid solar access and delink Kenya Power and Lighting Company from government project management, so that we strengthen efficiency and restore commercial discipline in our utility. Madam Speaker, the report also calls for the creation of an independent IPP office to bring order and transparency in private power contracting. Forensic audit on pricing, licensing, and major projects such as Lake Turkana Power Wind will ensure accountability and fairness. Where necessary, non-compliant contracts will be reviewed or even terminated. Madam Speaker, at this time, EPRA must tighten its role. This will help enforce supply standards, review tariffs for night use and special economic zone, and stick to strict timelines in decision making. On heavy fuel oils, the report is recommending standard procedures, bulk procurement, and shift to liquefied natural gas through the Mombasa-Dar es Salaam pipeline. This will reduce costs and support our transition to cleaner energy. Madam Speaker, looking ahead, Kenya must also embrace emerging technologies, captive solar with net metering, green hydrogen, and strong consumer education. This will position us as a regional leader in sustainable energy innovation. Madam Speaker, this report is unapologetically pro-consumer, pro-reform, and pro-Kenya. It exposes inefficiencies, dismantles opaque deals, and lays the foundation for affordable power and lasting energy security. Madam Speaker, as pointed out by the chair, we noted from our inquiry that one of the problems was the opaqueness of the previous contract. We remember very well that in one sitting, we had a session with a sitting Attorney General of the Republic of Kenya who said that he was not even aware of the content of the existing power purchase agreements, which were charging very excessive prices at that particular time. And that's why we are saying that to have these particular safeguards, these particular contracts must go through the Attorney General as the legal advisor of the country. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, I second and urge honorable members to support and adopt this report. And in doing so, I reaffirm our commitment to powering Kenya's growth for affordable, sustainable, and transparently. Madam Speaker, now allow the senior rank member, the Honorable, through your permission. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I second.
Honorable members, I now propose the question that the House adopts the addendum report of the Departmental Committee on Energy on the inquiry into the matter of the reduction of electricity costs in the country, laid on the table of this House on Tuesday, 11th November, 2025. There was someone from the committee of... the committee we had requested earlier. You may proceed.
Start then the committee. Honorable Speaker, I rise to support this addendum, and I want to thank the chair and the members of the Committee of Energy for the great work they have put in. And this addendum is very important for this country, as the chair, Energy, Honorable Gikaria, has said. For those who joined us for the KEPSA retreat in Mombasa, all the members who joined us, you remember one of the topical issues that cut across all sectors, whether it was infrastructure, whether it was the energy sector engagements, whether it was the tourism sector engagements, was the cost of energy in this country. And you cannot deal with the cost of energy without dealing with generation of the same energy. And I want to thank the chair and the committee because they have dealt with these issues extensively to ensure that we encourage the investors who are coming to sign in new PPAs to be able to generate more power and allow the country to have more power that will be able to bring the cost of electricity and power in the country further down to enable the industrialization of our country and also allow the connectivity of power to our rural constituents. Because whenever and wherever you connect power to people, you change their lives in a big way. Besides allowing them to have power, maybe to charge their phones, to have lighting in their houses, you also deal with health matters for them. Because those who expose themselves to the use of paraffin as a source of lighting, and especially those young ones who are doing their homework with the korobois or the tin lamps, and paraffin, kerosene lamps, expose their health to risks of inhaling fumes from paraffin that become detrimental to their health. Therefore, as leaders, we have an obligation to support this addendum. Two, Honorable Speaker, is the issue that had been raised previously by the committee, which they have now revised, on restricting that every power purchase agreement that is signed must be denominated in our local currency. While as we all appreciate that many of the investors that are coming into our country are coming from other countries, and indeed a good proportion of the investors in the power sector are actually foreigners, and therefore it would not be right to restrict them to our local currency. It's only fair to allow people to transact in the currency that they're able to transact, even as we work together in the National Treasury to ensuring that we have a stable exchange rate so that, again, the exchange rate fluctuations that are reflected on the bills are not too much. But even when there are fluctuations of exchange rate, if the cost of power at the point of generating is low, and if there are more players in the sector, then prices are bound to come down. And Honorable Speaker, I beg to support this addendum and thank the committee because indeed, as we promised the private sector under the auspices of KEPSA in Mombasa, we will be addressing this matter, and now we are addressing it only a few days after we left Mombasa in that engagement with KEPSA. And I hope those in KEPSA can see that we actually mean business on the matters we engage. And I'm certain the sectoral committees that were dealing with energy, both from KEPSA and from the National Assembly, when they do their quarterly review, they will be able to report this as one of the achievements that came out of the Mombasa engagement. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I beg to support.
Honorable Mawathe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wish to contribute towards this very important bill for the country. We have started seeing some rationing, but as we open up the moratorium, removing, charging us 28 shillings of the dollar, 28 cents of the dollar, and 32 cents of the dollar. Let's stick to the correct and the fair price. When you sign a 20-year contract, you should be able to recover at the rate of about 6 cents or 7 cents or 6 shillings or 7 shillings within the next 10 to 12 years. Thank you. I support.
Honorable Member for Kuria East. I see you're number 2. Member for Kuria East, are you here? Okay. Member for Chebalungu. And let's keep it brief because there's a lot of interest on this. Honorable Mugambi, you're next. I'm just following the list.
Yeah, thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. From the onset, allow me to support the report that has been tabled and actually conveyed by our chair. Honorable Speaker, we sat through several meetings, through several committee meetings, interrogating, getting to understand clearly what happened in the past, where there were some IPPs that were signed that are very costly and costing the common mwananchi a lot of money. Honorable Speaker, upon scrutiny, scrutinizing the same, we realized that the type of IPP or the contracts that were entered into, some of them carried obligations. Honorable Speaker, in a situation whereby you force Kenya Power to purchase through take or pay, where you produce and expect Kenya Power to purchase your power, even if that power is not used, Honorable Speaker, has gone, eventually transfers this particular cost to the common mwananchi. Honorable Speaker, the issue of currency, where only foreign currency was allowed to dominate. Honorable Speaker, as a committee, we considered that one, and we said we adopt the hybrid system, where if you're a Kenyan, you are allowed to bid using the Kenyan currency. Honorable Speaker, if this report that we've tabled today is approved by this House, and we encourage that all the members approve this one, this report will actually go into curing the issues that were the issues that the contracts entered through IPPs were not in order. Honorable Speaker, allow me to support my chair and to encourage that we, as members of this august House, also approves this recommendation by the Committee of Energy. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The Honorable Mugambi, Member for Buri.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it is not only capture that have interest on the cost of energy in this country. Our government agenda of manufacturing is dependent on availability of affordable energy. Madam Speaker, we are putting up so many ICT hubs. There is the Nyota program, there is manufacturing, there is e-commerce. Almost everything now is moving around the availability of affordable energy. Madam Speaker, as I like to support this report, one of the things that I expected to hear in this report is the timelines, because we can't wait forever. Madam Speaker, we need to be very specific because we made so many promises to Kenyans that during our reign, the cost of energy will go down. That deficiency in this report.
We're not a monarchy, so you can't say during our reign.
During our time.
Our time.
Our time. Thank you, Madam Speaker, so gracious. Madam Speaker, if you look at your energy bill, there is something called fuel levy. Madam Speaker, then you go down there, see VAT. There is element of double taxation on my energy bill, which I haven't seen being addressed in this report. I'm happy that the tariff of the agreement has been addressed. But, Madam Speaker, it's very important to note that there are so many alternative sources of energy and agreement which are pending. There's solar proposals. Many people want to invest in solar energy, wind energy. Madam Speaker, this report should have brought it very clearly that the government policy is now to enhance the potential or to annex the potential of wind and solar energy. But if we continue and all the old tariffs, agreement, were all based on hydro, and that's how, and supplemented with diesel or generators. Madam Speaker, we must reach a point where we are saying, up to this point, this is what we want to see being enhanced, and every other Committee of Energy comes with a report saying 5 projects of solar and all 5 projects of wind have been implemented. But if we continue relying and entering into agreement on the same old hydro energy, we will not be able to bring the cost of electricity down. But Madam Speaker, it's good, at least there is something that we can see. There were so many attempts that were done. We hope when we progress, I know there are so many interests out there. I know the committee is under a lot of influence because this sector has been invaded by very serious cartels. I'm happy that this committee now has gone against that, and now they are able to confront them and to give the Kenyan the best option. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
What's your point of order? Honorable Karoli, what's your point of order? Honorable Alicia, you just walked in. Okay. Okay, but you're just on a point of order because I'm following the queue. What's your point of order? Give him the mic.
Madam Speaker, I listened to the member for Buri, and the last statement he made was that in this sector is full of cartels. That's true. I think that statement, he said cartels and influence, that statement,
You want him to withdraw or
he should withdraw it because he has not given valid facts. Number one,
That's correct. No, you've let him respond now. You've made your point.
And he said the committee is under influence. Which influence? From where?
Okay. Honorable Member for Buri.
So, what are you telling us?
That's actually a very serious allegation to make against the committee.
We are not being influenced.
Okay, let him speak. Give him the right mic. The mic is behind him. Give him the one at the front. They gave him the mic. Honorable Buri, it seems they've given you the mic that's behind you. Honorable Bugambi, go to the mic. They've now switched it off again. They've got the right one now.
Madam Speaker, when I say the committee is under influence, I did not say the committee is under influence to negate progress. And that's my interpretation. What I said, and it is true, there are so many agreements, and they have said it themselves. Many agreements were done outside the legal framework. That's what I meant. But I can't blame Elisha for understanding because he hadn't settled. Yeah, and he was in the Kenya Power. He knows how agreements were being drawn. They were being drawn outside the Attorney General. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
What's your point of order? You're the seconder. What's your point of order?
Madam Speaker, thank you. My problem is that you had ordered that we requested that the Honorable Member for Buri withdraws the statement that the committee is under influence. He's repeating with interpretation that does not suit any interpretation. So when he says, and it goes on record, that the committee is under influence, the previous agreements were not done by the committee. We don't draw any agreement for power purchase agreement. Ours were just, we only oversight the ministry. But which influence is he talking about that the committee is under? That's what is disturbing us, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Honorable Mugambi, you want to withdraw that?
Madam Speaker, I still insist it could be interpretation or understanding of a statement. I'm actually congratulating for the committee saying
Just
the
define
committee
what
has negated
influence.
all those influences
Honorable
if they were
Mugambi.
there. That's all what I'm saying,
Honorable
Madam
Mugambi.
Speaker.
Honorable Mugambi,
Yeah.
Honorable Mugambi, you should just say you don't mean negative influence. Then it's sufficient.
Madam Speaker, I have said it is not, you see, the people, if you go to the dictionary, I want to define influence, it can be either negative or a positive. In this context, it's not to implicate the committee.
Of any wrongdoing. Yeah. Okay, let us proceed. The Honorable Robert Mbui, I think you're next on the queue.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity. Madam Speaker, I want to confirm that I want to support that this House adopts the report of the Committee on Energy on the inquiry into the matter of reduction of electricity costs in the country. Madam Speaker, you know, we cannot have economic development in a nation if we do not have enough electricity and affordable electricity. So I think what the committee is doing is actually responding to a cry by the Kenyan public, particularly the manufacturing sector, because you cannot be able to manufacture if you don't have enough power and if the power is unaffordable. So I think this is a step in the right direction. But Madam Speaker, sometimes it's good to look at how did we get here. I think as a nation we need to have proper plans and policies that can last or stand the test of time. Because Madam Speaker, when Mwai Kibaki was president and my party leader was vice president, at least they came up with a plan that was, up to Vision 2030, that was looking at Kenya many years to come. But what has been happening is that regime after regime, we look at our problems in a very short period of time, short-term policies. And that is where the problem comes in. And everyone comes with promises. We are told will be taken from the bottom up. Mama Mboga will be sorted out, Boda Boda will be sorted out, but we end up still having this problem. So I think what needs to happen is that we need to come up with policies that can last for a long enough period so that we can solve these problems once and for all. Madam Speaker, one of the problems we have in the cost of power is the regime's policy on taxation. Madam Speaker, you remember that before the current regime came into power, we had VAT on fuel was at 8%. This regime pushed it to 16%. Our road maintenance levy fund, which is charged in the cost of fuel per litre, was 17 shillings. Now it is 25 shillings. So, Madam Speaker, what has happened is that when you increase the cost of fuel, obviously the cost of electricity also goes up, because that's one of the factors. So maybe we need to look at how do we get out of this electricity being generated using diesel fuel, so that we can be able to maybe deal with the water, hydroelectricity, probably solar, maybe wind-generated electricity, so that we can bring the cost down. Because we know, as members here have said, there is a lot of people that are benefiting from the deals that they struck a long time ago, which the committee is now proposing that we handle. Madam Speaker, as we talk about electricity, let us also address the matter of fair distribution of electricity in the country. It is not just the urban areas. Even in the rural areas, there are people that require electricity to be able to do their businesses. Manufacturing is not only the big corporates. There are also small people that are doing small works, small projects in the barbers, we are talking about the people that do welding in the villages. All those require to have electricity. But there has been skewed distribution of electricity connectivity in the country. And some areas have been left out, and it is important that this committee also addresses how to make sure that every corner gets its fair share of electricity connected in that area. Otherwise, Madam Speaker, I just want to say that if they will not be able to solve these problems, we have less than 2 years for this regime to finish its period, and then we take over, and then we can provide proper solutions. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
That is a bit irrelevant, though.
There is nothing else.
Yes,
Honorable Speaker, you know, I was listening to Robert and he was making very good arguments and very good points. And especially when he says, just as I said yesterday, and Robert, you better listen to me carefully, that there has been skewed rollout of development projects in this country over the years. Over the years. Including the time when Kalonzo Musyoka, your party leader, was the vice president. There was very skewed rollout of development projects across the country.
Now you are all
But
bordering
today,
on
Honorable Speaker, today, this morning, the president speaking from Ukambani has assured the people of Ukambani that they shall not be left behind in the rollout of development projects, whether it is in the rollout of electricity or housing or roads, because Honorable Speaker and Honorable Robert Bui knows that the rollout of development projects in the country, since the coming into power of the Kenya Kwanza government, development projects in Ukambani region have been tenfold as compared to the close to 30 years that his party leader was a leader in Ukambani and in the country. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
That's not a point of order. Let us move on. I think many members want to speak to this point, so we do not want to continue bordering on irrelevancies. Let's focus on the motion. The Honorable Makilap.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to be very objective and not to be dragged into politics of regimes. I want to become very objective for the betterment of the people of Kenya. Madam Speaker, the beginning of progress for industrial revolution or industrial take-up in Kenya is electricity, the cost of production. This report is the beginning of progress to ensure that we attract investors into our country, manufacturers who will turn around and create the jobs and create an economic boom for Kenya. This country cannot become an industrial nation if the cost of power is still high. Madam Speaker, let us become very clear and very objective. What is it that has caused this cost of power to become very high until we enter into power purchase agreements in Kenya? How did we engage the independent power producers? Madam Speaker, we are in this situation because, one, we have not fully developed our own energy, electricity generating powerhouses in Kenya. For example, Madam Speaker, if we maximize production of geothermal power, clean energy. For example, Madam Speaker, the geothermal power produced in Olkaria, Naivasha, all the way to Salale, Paka, if it is fully exploited, it can be able to generate around 7,000 megawatts of energy. In that particular situation, if you add with the current supply in our country of 22,300, that goes to close to about 10,000 megawatts that can be able to lower the cost of electricity in Kenya. So what we are saying, Madam Speaker, is can we enhance supply so that the demand goes down and the cost will automatically go down? Madam Speaker, then how do we do this? Ensure we utilize and encourage investors in solar energy. We maximize on geothermal, and even at worst call for nuclear energy. Whenever we have mass production of power in Kenya, definitely the cost will go down.
What is it that has also caused the cost of electricity to go high? The levies, the taxes in electricity cost in Kenya. If we remove those costs, then we are able to have energy at its lowest. Thirdly, Madam Speaker, how else can we do this? We must encourage remove taxes for those who want to invest in manufacture of parts, the cables, the things that we use to transmit power. If we manufacture it locally here, and we'll be able to, use it in our electricity connectivity. If we lower the taxes and importation of those particular things and manufacture things like transformers in Kenya, definitely you lower the cost of electricity. Madam Speaker, one thing that has also costed power in this country to be expensive is the way we are living as a country. Many Kenyans are scattered. Even to provide for them electricity is a big problem because of our way of living in Kenya. In other countries, people live in what is called nuclear settlement, people live in what is called linear settlement, and therefore providing electricity, health facilities, and other things becomes very easy. But the kind of living in Kenya makes cost of electricity become very expensive. Then how do we do things? And I think this is where affordable housing is a game changer, because you leave people in aggregation. If people live in an aggregation, then the cost of keeping them power, the houses, giving the people power becomes easier. So what are we saying, Madam Speaker? We say, even in signing what is called power purchase agreements, what do we do about it? Why do we need to revise those agreements to ensure that when you are doing a purchase agreement, it does not include a time when you are not consuming power. The independent power producers are paid even when they are not supplying. And that makes it expensive for a country. Madam Speaker, we need to ensure that we go to this sector, and I support the committee, so that we rearrange the entire sector of electricity production in Kenya. So,
Honorable Lomboko Malema, you shouldn't act surprised because you actually see the orange one before. So you should be white. Proceed, Honorable Malema.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I think the issue of power and power prices, especially electricity, has been at the heart of many Kenyans, not only the industrialists, but also the domestic consumption of electricity. And if these measures by this report is going all the way to mitigate some of the challenges so that we can reduce the power and electricity prices, then that is very, very good. But partly what happened in this country is that sometimes back during the times of President Moi, there was general panic because we seemed to have had a drought which then made it not possible for us to have enough power. And also connectivity was increasing, and therefore the supply that we had could not reach out to many Kenyans, and therefore we had power rationing. To mitigate that, the president got into a panic mood, and quick fixers came around and brought the idea of the independent power suppliers who are still there. But the agreements that were made were not good agreements, and today they remain very, very bad agreements for this country. Because just picking up from the earlier speaker, what he said, it included even paying these people when they are not actually producing power. And later on, even those which have come in to be signed and who are going for the alternative power generation like solar and wind energy, we noticed that the agreements were signed without putting in place the batteries. And those companies did indicate and have always complained that the batteries were too expensive for them to actually purchase. And I think the chair should be listening to this, because that's where the core has been in terms of the recent agreements that we have, especially the ones of solar and the ones of geothermal and wind, that they are producing power, because when you talk at the authorities there, they tell you that they produce that power, but by evening, they cannot even supply the main grid with power, because they did not store that power at any given time. So it is just drama during the day, and also the the authorities within the mainstream industry will tell you that during the day there's not much demand for power. So indeed, even KenGen produces enough power that can really work during the day. When we have the real lack of power and we need to be supplied by the independent suppliers is at night. Unfortunately, they don't store their power in any way. So at night, they also cut off because they cannot supply power because they do not store. I hope this report will be including that these independent power producers must also have backup batteries so that they can supply the grid when the grid really needs power. Chair, during the day, KenGen has enough power, that one you know, because I know you have done a lot of research. But during the times when we need the grid to be connected by independent suppliers, even them they cannot, because they were trying to supply during the day when we did not need the power. Those are salient issues about this. Those who will be making these agreements must not go into deal fixing that will actually break the country in terms of the cost of power. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I beg to support.
The Honorable Robert Basil, member for Yatta.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Allow me to, from onset, thank Madam Speaker, allow me to shed some lights on the importance of reduction of power in Kenya. Madam Speaker, we know very well we cannot be industrialized as a country unless we work on the reduction of power in this country, Madam Speaker. Kenya today is actually one of the leading production of geothermal power in Africa. At the same time, is also leader in production of hydropower in Africa. And it is very ironical. The cost of power in Kenya is very expensive, Madam Speaker. And we have to understand that job creation can only be realized in Kenya through investors, through establishment of factories, industries, and that can only be possible if cost of power is affordable or is reduced to a meaningful rate, Madam Speaker. Therefore, Madam Speaker, it's important to understand that the reduced cost of power in Kenya is going to make it possible to export competitive products, Madam Speaker, because currently we cannot compete with the rest of the world simply because our cost of power is quite high, and value addition in an agricultural input can only be done if power is cheap or is affordable for most of the households, Madam Speaker. Importantly, Madam Speaker, it's important to understand that connectivity and access to electricity in Kenya is quite low, particularly in the rural areas. I'll make reference in my constituency where connectivity in form of percentage is below 15%, Madam Speaker. And we are talking of 61 years since Kenya attained internal self-rule. Therefore, Madam Speaker, we need to look into this and ensure that through reduced power, there is improved or enhanced access of power to most of the households in the country, Madam Speaker, or Mr. Speaker. I can see it now, Mr. So, Mr. Speaker, this report comes very timely because it's going to give us evidence when we are making or when we are coming up with the legislation to be able to ensure power is cheap or is affordable in Kenya and put Kenya at the same level with other countries that have affordable power, which will make it easier to do business in the country, Madam Speaker. Importantly, this report is going to promote options for other sources of power. We are talking of renewable energy, which will boost the availability or the available grid to be able to connect businesses as well as households with the power, Mr. Speaker. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, through the report, which has been tabled by the Committee of Energy, we'll be able to strengthen or bolster regulations and governance within the sector of energy and make it realistic when it comes to the cost of power in this particular country, Mr. Speaker. Therefore, in a nutshell, I do support the inquiry or the report on the reduction of electricity cost in the country and urge all members will think for the right and they come up with the proper legislations which eliminate hidden costs on power and make power affordable for all Kenyans. And also, let's also look into distribution of power, Mr. Speaker. We had other speakers talking of skewed distribution of power, which have been ethnicized and politicized in the country, Mr. Speaker. It is unfair to have certain areas with 98% electricity connectivity when others have less than 15% electricity connectivity, Mr. Speaker. And you know when you connect a new customer, a new person to the grid, that's a new customer who is going to add to paying taxes as well as who's going to ensure the government generates more revenue from power. Therefore, in a nutshell, I would like to support the motion and look forward to the bill that will put forward a proper legislation within electricity or within the sector of electricity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. There's a lot of interest in this, leader. The Honorable Ibrahim Saneh is on the list here. I'll just follow the list. All of you will speak on this. Proceed.
In supporting the committee's report, Mr. Speaker, the committee did indicate that the current power output is 2,300 megawatts in the country.
Mr. Speaker, that's wrong information.
That is what I have heard from the presentation of the chair.
It's not the correct information.
That is what is appearing in the report and documentation. Mr. Speaker, if I may be allowed to continue.
Nobody has stopped you. If you will listen to every sound around yourself,
I'm guided,
Proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I'm guided. The current energy output stands at 2,300 megawatts, and the demand is 3,000 megawatts, as indicated by the
Now that's
Committee on
proper.
Energy.
What's your point of order, Honorable Chin? Give him the microphone.
It is true.
Mr. Speaker, the generation capacity of this country is 3,300. The effective capacity is 2,600. The consumption when Mama Mboga is cooking in the evening is 2,347.
So what's out of order?
He has said the capacity, the generation is 2,300, which is shortfall of our consumption in the evening when Mama Mboga is cooking. That's an important correction.
Very well, but I'm not sure that the correction you are giving is the most correct one. So you will speak on this and we shall hear what you'll have to say. Proceed, Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, I want to quote the chair of the committee verbatim, that he, on the floor of this house, he did indicate that our production stands at 2,300 megawatts and the demand is for 3,000 megawatts. If I may continue, that is still finite if we are to industrialize and at least lure more investors into this country, Mr. Speaker. The reduction of electricity costs revolves around three pillars, in my opinion, Mr. Speaker. It is behavioral in terms of energy users, and then infrastructural, and most importantly, an investment aspect of it. Mr. Speaker, when I talk of behavioral issues, I'm talking about use of energy-efficient appliances at home. I'm talking of energy-saving mechanisms at the user level, at the end use. I'm talking of efficient cooking systems. And when I'm talking of infrastructure, how much energy are we using from the efficiency of our grid, our national grid or off-grids? I'm talking of infrastructural issues in terms of, are we upgrading our infrastructure, that which supplies energy? I'm sure our infrastructure is as old as independence, and we need to upgrade this infrastructure, Mr. Speaker. To go further, if we are to bring the cost of power in this country, it's an issue of supply and demand. If we inundate our market with more supplies of energy and invest in the sector, ordinarily then it means demand shall be met and the cost of energy by unit shall come down. But we have the opportunity, yet we don't invest in the sector, Mr. Speaker. For instance, look at the potential of northern Kenya. 70% of Kenya's landmass is endowed with solar energy. We can have off-grid solar power stations all over the country in northern Kenya. We can have mega solar power stations that can inject into the grid. These are not yet done. And they don't seem to be done. And unless we do that, we will be importers of energy than exporters of energy, Mr. Speaker. Look at the potential for other non-renewable energy sources. Water. Even in the dry land, in the arsals, we have the potential to generate hydroelectric power. What do I mean? Even when water is not available for household use, based on seasonality, Mr. Speaker. When it rains, there has been massive flooding in arsals. Suppose we harvest this water. We put up mega dams in northern Kenya. There has been flooding in Wajir. There has been flooding in Mandera, parts of Baringo, in Isiolo, in Marsabit. Every year, in and out, there had been serious flooding, disasters. We can at least diminish these disasters by creating bigger dams, harvest these waters, and use them for both domestic, agriculture, and hydroelectric power, Mr. Speaker. So it is about our investment into the sector that is making energy expensive. Otherwise, we have the capacity, we have the ability to generate power for export, Mr. Speaker. The other thing is wind. I'm happy the chairman has given compliments to the only source of power from Marsabit, which is wind generated, wind power. Let us ask ourselves, where is this wind coming from? In as much as wind movement is a function of pressure, atmospheric pressure at times, this wind passes through my constituency, Wajir North. That is the path of this wind. If it is going to Marsabit and we are generating such colossal amounts of energy, why is it that the government is not investing in wind power in Wajir North constituency? And if I may move with speed, the rest is about legal regime. I know we have been, it has been the niche of individual power providers who have taken advantage of the previous regimes, and I'm sure this committee has taken stock of that. There are changes. They are making sure that any new agreement will no longer exploit Kenyans. Mine is to encourage them to make sure that any IPP is in tandem with the needs of the.
Very well. You have also been able to tell us that you own the wind, and that's great. Let's have the Honorable David Mboni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, everybody knows that the country cannot industrialize without enough and cheap energy. Because energy is an input to manufacturing. Most of the companies, and you heard Majority Leader say, when we were in Mombasa last week, most of the companies and people, they were complaining that power is very expensive in our country. And it makes our goods and service very expensive and uncompetitive in the rest of the world. So we need to make power a bit cheaper. Mr. Speaker, connecting power in this country is very, very expensive. If you have a building, you do a building, and you want Kenya Power, a lighting company, to come and connect for you, it takes a bit of time. At times, I even wonder, because you have to buy a transformer, you are connecting, you are giving them business, you are paying for the transmission line, and as well as the transformer. And at the end of the day, you are paying for power consumed. So these are areas which I think to make power cheaper, the committee need to have looked at. Why should somebody who want to be connected to power, why should somebody pay for transformer from Kenya Power? I think those are issues which we need to address. Mr. Speaker, for many years, we have not we have taken very few major power projects. Apart from the wind power in Marsabit and Turkana, I don't think we have really taken a very major power projects. At the same time, demand for power is increasing because the economy is expanding. There were proposals to do Grand Force Dam. There were also proposals to mine the core deposits in Mua, in Kitui County. And these things have not been done. Well, we are complaining we don't have power. If we did the Grand Force, I think we'll be having a lot of water, a lot of power. Mr. Speaker, surprisingly, Ethiopia, they have done a very mega power plant, which they are exporting. They are exporting power to this country. Mr. Speaker, I had one of the speakers saying that we are not importing power, but we are importing power from Uganda. We import power from Uganda. We import power from Tanzania, Lunga site, Busia site. I think we are using power from Uganda. But this country has potential to produce enough power and develop. Mr. Speaker, the issue of independent power producers, the power purchasing agreement, I think this one thing which has been killing this country, because those contracts, those agreements, they were skewed towards the producers, not to this country. I remember at one point when the wind power in Turkana, I came to understand that the agreement was that even when they are not supplying the power, because the government was supposed to do the transmission line, we are paying a billion shillings every month or something like that. $1 billion every month. We are paying $1 billion every month for power we are not producing. So, and that's a cost to this country. So some of these agreements need to be addressed. We need to review the power purchasing agreements, which are not very conducive to this country. Mr. Speaker, we need to bring more power producers to the country. We need, in Northeastern, there's a lot of wind, which wind is a bit cheaper than anything else. But also, we also need to bring more transmission companies. Kenya Power has become a monopoly. And you see, with a monopoly, you are talking about inefficiencies. So I think we need to bring more producers, as well as we need to address the issues of taxes and tariffs, which are very high. Petroleum alone, the cost of petroleum is around 60% is taxes and tariffs. So, Mr. Speaker, to do this, Kenya.
Honorable, you were shy of speaking about Ethiopia. Ethiopia is actually the largest supplier of power in Kenya and with the longest agreement. So just take note of that. I think on the list here, the next to speak on this is, the list is changing here, is Honorable Gitonga Murungara.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I too rise to support this addendum report on the inquiry into the matter of the reduction of electricity costs in the country by the Departmental Committee on Energy. And I do thank the chairperson who was here, Honorable Gikaria. I think this is the right thing to do now. As a country, Kenya, we must look into matters that have to do with electricity supply, because we have pointed out that electricity is one of the key pillars of development in the country, and unless the cost of that factor of production is brought down, then we cannot really speak of advanced development towards our goals which we have set. Mr. Speaker, I've looked at this report. It is elaborate. Stakeholders gave their views, and those views are what the committee actually took into consideration while making a recommendation that we should now be reducing tariffs on power. Mr. Speaker, there has been a conversation as to how we can go about this. And it goes without gainsaying that these power production agreements, especially fuel produced by use of diesel, petrol, or any other fuel, is what contributes to the increased cost of power in the country. If we actually went to hydro production of electricity solely, definitely the costs would come down. But there has been explanation from time to time as to why we cannot solely produce our power through hydro production, including why we cannot also move to production of power through green energy, geothermal. All of it is towards a very high cost of initial startup capital. And if that is the case, we must be looking at it. We must bite the bullet and say once and for all, we must have more hydroelectricity production points in the country, including dams. As we speak today, and I've listened to the member for Yatta lament that is just about 15% electricity connectivity in his constituency. Tharaka is no better, absolutely. And I've spoken about this. We are now towards 30%. And it's not just these rural constituencies. Even some of the far-flung areas are less than what is being mentioned here. Allow me, Mr. Speaker, to talk about a hydropower plant for this country. And as Honorable Elisha was trying to refute, the president has actually informed us that we are at 2,300 megawatts in terms of electricity in this country. And he says we need to double up that if we have to move. In fact, when he was in Ethiopia, he went to see the largest hydropower plant in that country. And as he did this, we had in mind what we call the Grand Ifos Dam, which is supposed to be constructed in this country. It has been touted as going to be the biggest, second biggest in Africa, after possibly like Volta. We will possibly be bigger than what Ethiopia has put up. But this is an idea that was conceived during the colonial times. By 1959, the colonial government was on its site, trying to map out how this dam was going to be constructed. And since that time, 1959 to date, we still have papers after papers being produced on why the dam cannot be constructed. The latest of them was when we actually had an agreement on the initiation of the dam. And after a short while, we were quickly told that that agreement had been cancelled. And the country is now reeling under information that the Grand Ifos Dam, to be located at a place called Kibuka in Tharaka, which also borders Kitui, is not going to be done. That may be misinformation. But the correct thing to do today is actually to move the speed, put up this dam so that we are able to produce.
Thank you for that information and history. The Honorable Dawson Mwashako.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to support this motion, inquiry on the matter of reduction of electricity costs in the country. Honorable Speaker, I think it's been said here, and I want to reinforce that the cost of electricity determines the growth of a country, over an economy. We know, when we go back in history, the West literally developed because they had coal at that time. And therefore, the Industrial Revolution came about because of availability of power. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, every time we speak about the cost of electricity, that is tied to our low growth, particularly in the industrial sector, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the cost of power in this country is extremely high. And it's been mentioned in the report that if you compare our cost of power in Kenya compared to our neighbors, say Ethiopia, the country that we are now competing in terms of economic growth, if you compare our cost with South Africa, the country that is ahead, and we look forward to competing them in terms of production of value-added goods, Honorable Speaker, then there is a real problem. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, anytime we stand in this House to speak about the cost of power, it must dawn on us that this is something that needs to be done like yesterday, Honorable Speaker. Our government, I know we are doing mega projects, we are doing roads, we are doing so many other things, Honorable Speaker. We are not saying anything that is being done is not important. But until we sort out the cost of power, then the issue of unemployment that we have realized that we keep facing. Our youth, we churn so many youths out of university every year, and yet they cannot find jobs, Honorable Speaker. One of the reasons is that investors, people who want to bring in their money and invest in companies that will do production, manufacturing, Honorable Speaker. We cannot talk about Kenya becoming a manufacturing hub of the region if the cost of power remains as it is, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, we have read not only in dailies, but we know we have companies that have relocated from Kenya and have gone to other cheaper, countries that have cheaper power, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, we have lost companies to even Tanzania. We've lost companies to Rwanda. We've lost companies to Ethiopia. We are losing companies to Egypt, Egypt being one of the countries that has one of the cheapest cost of power. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, for our manufacturers to compete, in Africa, and you see every time we speak about Africa, Honorable Speaker, we're speaking about AFCFTA, African Free Trade Area. And we've been saying that we need to do more trade within ourselves in Africa. But the cost of power has negated that very goodwill or good plan that we need to trade within ourselves, Honorable Speaker. Because if we don't have manufactured goods to sell to our neighbors, then we cannot brag that we are supporting FCFTA, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, many things, this report captures a number of things, but there's one element that makes our cost of power very expensive, Honorable Speaker. They're dependent on thermal, thermal power producers. They call independent power producers. It has costed this country a lot. And I've always said, Honorable Speaker, it's not just that thermal is expensive. It's just that the people who sat behind in boardrooms to come up with these IPPs were cut deals, Honorable Speaker. The rates at which Kenya Power is paying these IPPs, Honorable Speaker, it's not just the cost of thermal, cost of diesel, cost of power, cost of diesel. It is people who put in a markup that is extremely high, Honorable Speaker. And guys, people have become billionaires in this country, Honorable Speaker, because they sat down and in the early 2000s, when they sat down and came up in the late 90s with these IPPs, Honorable Speaker, I tell you, people have made billions of the money. And therefore, that corrupted the entire system of power, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, the earlier we get rid of these IPPs, the earlier we get rid of the thermal power and connect our country to geothermal, to hydropower, we would continue facing this challenge, Honorable Speaker. But another big elephant in the room, Honorable Speaker, is the transmission cost and the loss of power that is not metered, Honorable Speaker. We know this country, Honorable Speaker, the cost of supplying electricity, the transmission cost is extremely high, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, Kenya Power, somebody has said we need to end the monopoly of Kenya Power. But as I finish, Honorable Speaker, because I see there is no time, Honorable Speaker, then the issue around There's a cost of transmission, but also, Honorable Speaker, the cost now, the Kenya Power reluctantly try.
The Honorable John Gitonga. And honorable members, you can really wind up because you have to look at the lights.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I also rise to support the report, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, we know very well that when this regime got into government, one of the promise was to make electricity cheaper, affordable, and also accessible. Honorable Speaker, comparing Kenya to our neighbors, it is obvious that Kenya electricity prices are higher than those of our neighboring countries. The average prices for Kenya is around 33 shillings. Honorable Speaker, Uganda, a landlocked country, is close to around $0.17, Honorable Speaker. And this tells you this motion and this report is actually late and it's overdue because, Honorable Speaker, we speak a lot about industrialization of this nation. We speak a lot about improving the standards of living for our people. But, Honorable Speaker, we have not sat down and looked at how to make it happen. Honorable Speaker, reading this report, it tells you that this is actually a sector in crisis, if I may say so, to say the least. This is a sector that, Honorable Speaker, has been taken over by cartels. It has been taken over by unscrupulous business people that their interest is not the value they give, but, Honorable Speaker, the money they make. I'm waiting, Honorable Speaker, to see the report given by KPHC and KenGen, Honorable Speaker, on the private power producers, who are the owners, and, Honorable Speaker, to know exactly why they don't care about Kenyans. Honorable Speaker, I listened to the head of state saying we are going to load shedding. And, Honorable Speaker, a few months ago, I saw him attending the launch of a mega dam in Ethiopia. And I have been following closely how the Ethiopians are actually responding to that new investment they have done as a country that is going to solve their power issues, and also on top of that, Honorable Speaker, solve their water issues. I believe this nation should actually incentivize as much as possible investment on power. We are here trying to sell mega assets such as KPC. But, Honorable Speaker, where we need to actually incentivize and ensure Kenyans put money in is on affordable power, including investments in solar energy harnessing, investment in storage of energy through batteries, and, Honorable Speaker, investments in our geothermal power. So that, Honorable Speaker, while we are doing this, and it's because it is a climate change week, we can also be going green on it. Honorable Speaker, we shouldn't be talking about load shedding in this country. Because as a matter of fact, when Kenya and where Kenya is, we have been blessed with enough rivers, enough sources of hydropower, I'm privileged to come from Embu, Honorable Speaker, where we have the 7 Forks dams. And Honorable Speaker, for a fact, is even Embu itself has not fully enjoyed.
The Honorable Karoli Omondi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to contribute to this report. Honorable Speaker, I think it is important as we debate this issue, because we've been at it several times, how to reduce the cost of power. It is important that we appreciate that there are certain common commercial terms that apply to all independent power producers around the world. And that if you want your market to be competitive, those factors are what investors will consider. For example, you hear a lot of members complaining about the fact that power producers charge even if they don't dispatch electricity, what is called capacity charge or take or pay principle. It is a very simple principle, and it is common, it applies everywhere, that if you have invited me to invest in your country and I've put the power capacity to generate 40 megawatts, but you can only take 30 megawatts, I will be compensated for the balance of 10 megawatts, not by charging you the energy charge, which is what you have consumed, but the fact that I've made it available, because it is up to you to take or use it. That is just a norm in the industry, and we cannot change it. I think it is important that we try and help members understand some of these things. The other one that people don't understand is the element of Forex. Most of the power projects have foreign exchange components, either the spare parts or the fuel supply or the technology or whatever. So it is very important that you have a mix of foreign and local currency. The concept of escrow accounts as a security, as a form of security. Political risks and commercial risks insurance. In fact, even the very fact that we are discussing power purchase agreements in Parliament is itself a political risk. Any investor will assess, are these people likely to interfere with my power purchase contract and revoke it? You know, expropriation, riots, political instability, default, commercial default, all these things, the investors will look at them. And there is even another concept called the waterfall concept, where income streams from power purchase agreements have priorities. You pay taxes, you pay your loans, all the way down to paying dividends. So some of these concepts are so standard that we should not lament about them. We just need to be creative negotiators around them and understand how to allocate the risks between the investors and the government. But let me go to a few things that I think we should do to try and lower the cost of power in this country, which I didn't hear the report emphasizing so much. Number one, I think it is time for Kenya now to separate transmission from distribution fully. This is one reform that has not been done, so that we can allow what is called economic merit order in terms of dispatch of energy, where the cheapest power is dispatched first. In other words, we should enable consumers to choose from whom they buy power by having an independent transmission company and a national dispatch center that is controlled by an entity that is not the distributor of the electricity, so that any large consumer or even a small consumer will be informed the night before how much power is available and at what price and from which generator. Then I will choose my supplier so as to create competition. The second thing, I think we need to emphasize that we need optimal mix of sources of energy. As it is today, the reason why a lot of our power is expensive is the thermal element and also the geothermal element, which were procured earlier, and I'll come back to that. But we need to see that we emphasize, especially now that technology has improved and solar and geothermal, the renewables, are more affordable than the thermal. We need to really investigate how to get this optimal mix of sources so that we can help reduce the cost. And also, we need to allow, instead of just emphasizing continuously on independent power producers, we should use KenGen as the national government utility to generate more power. That is what Ethiopia has done. The cheap power in Ethiopia is not by IPPs, it is by state corporations. So we should give KenGen more resources to generate power at more affordable rates. Finally, what is missing in this report is the address on state capture of the sector. Why power is expensive in Kenya is because of state capture. Previous state officials have been participating in the power purchase agreements that we have as investors, yes, as tenderpreneurs, as suppliers of fuel, as suppliers of transformers. We need to address the issue of state capture in the energy sector and unbundle it. If we don't, for a very long time, we'll be saddled with high cost of power because the pricing.
No, very well. There's a lot of interest on this. Let's go to the Honorable Women Representative of Baringo.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I also want to rise and support the report. And to go straight, Mr. Speaker, I also want to bang on Member Honorable Mulanya statement by saying this is not an ordinary report because this is a report that gives Kenya a reprieve in energy production and reduction of cost of electricity in this country. Mr. Speaker, I was going through most of these notes from this report, and I realized that for the first time we have a report that is so balanced and is. If it is taken seriously, this is going to give us a very big relief on cost of electricity in this country. As Kenyans use this electricity every day, Mr. Speaker, you realize that we consume so much, and this has incurred a lot of expenses in our day-to-day activities. If you look at, for instance, the tokens we pay in our houses, it is so expensive to use electricity in Kenya that to some extent we are looking for options that can help Kenya, especially in the rural areas, to have an alternative. And this report of the committee is giving us alternative, but without expressing fully. Like, for instance, where we come from, some of us, is a very hot area. We can use solar, and the government can zone these areas that can fully utilize the solar system and be able to generate power without necessarily, or putting it into the grid and electricity, so that we are able to have better costs. If you are a manufacturer in Kenya today, Mr. Speaker, I can tell you for free that I have once tried to be a manufacturer, and I am even now, but every day, most of the bills that I pay that gives business people a lot of losses is the electricity. Because you cannot run business in Kenya and have profit or margins that is going to help you. Because electricity consumes everything. For you to do even the smallest thing, because of the cost of electricity, we are not able to break even. Mr. Speaker, I also want to join my colleagues by saying institutions like REREC, for instance, should be enhanced better and given proper resources so that they can put proper infrastructure in solar systems so that we are able to have better costs in generating most of these energies. Also, geothermal. As Honorable Sanei had said before, that infrastructure is the biggest problem. The more we give and put more resources in infrastructure, we are able to tackle most of these problems, and this country is going to be able to take care of their the resources and create more money, and specifically be able to give resources to most of these institutions that are able to do it, and also encourage Kenyans to live in one area that they are able to get this source of energy in a better way. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable John Kagucha is in the house. Are you Kagucha? Allow Kagucha to speak.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
What's your point of order, Honorable?
Mr. Speaker, for those of us who come to this House and believe in merit, and we sit patiently waiting for our turn to speak, we get a little bit frustrated when we see another method being introduced. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable member, you're out of order. And I'm a religious follower of this list. That's how I've been able even to mop everyone who was on the list. You are not here. Please come and talk to the clerks up here so that you see whether you are on the list or not. We are following merit. And please don't try to derail the moderators, especially myself, a very experienced moderator and chair. Thank you. Proceed, Honorable Kakucha.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for protecting me from that sibling rivalry. Honorable Speaker, cost of power in Kenya is prohibitive. There's a very serious connection between cost of power and ease of doing business in this country. Honorable Speaker, cost of power has caused business suffocation, especially startups and SMEs. For the many people who want to start businesses in this country, they have to contend with high cost of power, they have to contend with high cost of capital, they have to contend with high cost of taxes, and for that reason, many people are not able to make reasonable margins. In fact, many businesses collapse within the first 18 months. Instead of breaking even, they collapse. Honorable Speaker, this is caused by a high cost of power. Today, when I look at the report by the Energy Committee, I am quite shocked that it proposes to opening up of the IPPs. Honorable Speaker, this will strangle an already dying cow. Honorable Speaker, what makes me wonder is how we have the habit of making temporary problems and making temporary crisis in this country. You have heard of people talking of load shedding in Kenya. All of a sudden, from nowhere, you hear people bringing new issues that we all know they don't exist. Honorable Speaker, it is clear that this country has become a deal-making company. Everyone is coming up with a report, everyone is coming up with a strategy on how to squeeze Kenyans further. The only interesting thing is how this is covered up in some sweet narratives and language to try and hoodwink Kenyans. You title this report, How to Reduce the Cost of Power. But Honorable Chair, what you propose is what is going to make power go high in the country. Why are we lying to Kenyans? Honorable Speaker, why are we lying to Kenyans? Let us just say the truth. We have deals.
That's your point of order.
We have deals.
Honorable Kakucha, you can just take your seat and then we hear the point of order.
Honorable Speaker.
Is Honorable Kakucha in order, Honorable Speaker, to say that we are proposing to reduce, yet it is to the contrary, without giving me any facts regarding the report, like he would be indicating on a certain page, this should not be a reduction, it's an increase. So Honorable Kakucha should stop politicizing a very important thing that has been brought. And I'm saying this, Honorable Speaker, he speaks about taxes. He's a member of this House. And if you look at that bill of electricity, it is true it has taxes. But where are these taxes passed? In the same House that he sits. He should be the one bringing proposals to reduce these taxes and bring down the bill and the cost of electricity. So it is easy in order for him to insinuate that we are actually doing the reverse without giving facts. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Very well, Kakucha, the only thing you have to deal with is the facts of the bill.
Honorable Speaker, I am on the floor and I cannot be guided on what to say on the floor.
Kakucha, order. Only the thing that you could speak on in terms of orderliness is on this page, it is proposing to increase. And then number two, you just use parliamentary language, avoid words like lying. Proceed.
Honorable Speaker, I have been a Speaker of an assembly, and I can assure you that
this is the National Assembly.
I know it's
order. This is National Assembly. This is not regional or small assembly. This is National Assembly. Proceed.
Honorable Speaker, I am not one of those members of parliament that other members, including whoever, can direct on issues that I raise on the floor. Honorable Speaker, the issues I'm raising on the floor are factual. The Honorable Chair was not listening to me. I said when you open up the IPPs, you're struggling an already dying cow. Honorable Speaker, that is in his report. Honorable Speaker, the chair of the committee is speaking on an old, tired line that is often given in political kamukunjis, whereby the members are told to go and challenge others, that things are passed in the parliament when they are there. I am now in parliament, and I'm challenging the Honorable Chair. I'm challenging...
Order. What's your point of order, Chair?
Honorable Speaker, with a lot of humility, Honorable Speaker, this is a National Assembly. And this is a place where we tabled a report. Where is these stories of lying coming from? If he is actually not agreeing with a certain proposal or recommendation, that is what he should be saying.
Very well.
Honorable Speaker, let's not use this platform for him to be able to continue with whatever shenanigans they do out there in their...
Very well. He has heard you on that one. Proceed.
Honorable Chair, I'm surprised that it's possible...
Don't waste your time. Speak.
It's possible that we are dealing with a Honorable Chair who is presenting a report that he has not read. And Honorable Chair, the reason why I'm standing here is to challenge his report. I'm challenging your report, Honorable Chair of Energy Committee. And I'm telling you the report you are presenting today to the people of Kenya is not helping them to lower the cost of, the cost of power. Instead, it is a deal-making arrangement. It's a deal-making report to prepare on how people can then come and bring IPP.
Honorable Gagushia, you are out of order. But let me hear the point of order from the whip.
Thank you. Honorable Speaker, I wouldn't want to distract my good friend, Honorable Kagushia, but is it right for him to say that this very good report, which is progressive, which is there to help Kenyans progress and help us to overcome the current challenges we have, is it in order for him to say that it is a deal-making report? Is it in order, surely?
I'd already cautioned the Honorable Gagushia about parliamentary language. So please be orderly and speak to this. Kenyans want to hear you.
Honorable Speaker, I dare say that this report, if followed, we will be lighting a matchstick in a gas station. Honorable Speaker, we have many ways that we can lower the cost of power in this country. Let us not talk about these IPPs anymore. This is what has retrogressed this country. And of course, you know, when we start hearing this kind of reports, then we start hearing issues to do with load shedding. We know very well that we are preparing Kenyans for other new IPPs. And Kenyans, I want to warn you that let us watch out. And the reason why I'm here as a member of parliament is to be your eyes, is to oversight. It's not to talk the language of executive. It's not to endorse reports just because a report has come to the House. No. The reason why we're here is to protect the interests of Kenyans. Honorable Speaker, we have to interrogate these reports and ensure that we are helping our people. Let us talk about geothermal. Let us talk about the issue of solar energy in Kenya. But when you talk about issue of bringing IPPs to the people again, we know very well that we are now investing in as a conspiracy to defraud our countrymen once again. And in this House, we must resist this attempt by all means possible. Honorable Chair. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Great. The Honorable Naomi Wako.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I stand to support this report. And Honorable Speaker, I support this report because this is a transformative blueprint shaped through extensive stakeholder and public consultation, as well as expert analysis. This is what is guiding this House, and in fact, this House is here on behalf of the other Kenyans, different honorable members representing different constituencies and representing the interest of our people. Honorable Speaker, again, I support this report because the report is aimed at ensuring that every Kenyan can access affordable, reliable, sustainable electricity. Honorable Speaker, I want to give an example of where I come from. Marsabit, which is in the far end, northern part of Kenya, where we are not connected to the national grid, where after every 1 hour, the power goes off, where sometimes, even for a whole day, 24 hours, you can do or you can stay at home without power. Honorable Speaker, many businesses have been closed down because we do not have affordable and reliable electricity in my county and many others. You can talk of Wajir, Garissa, Mandera, and all these places that are struggling. And yet, we are all Kenyans, and we know what we are going through. Again, Honorable Speaker, by doing this, we will be able to improve on efficiency across the energy sector. This is what we need in this country today. Honorable Speaker, we know very well that the cost of electricity is very expensive, and that has interfered a lot with manufacturing in this country. And many manufacturers have relocated from this beautiful country, this country that is growing very fast economically. They have moved to other neighboring countries. And as leaders today, as honorable members, we should see how best we can improve on this sector so that we can retain business and we can create job opportunities for our people. Again, the report proposes that on power purchase agreement, PPAs, they are proposing the moratorium on new PPAs be lifted, but with a strong safeguard. Honorable Speaker, the report has been looked into, and they have taken care of our interest as a country. And this is all that we need today. And that is why I support this bill. Again, the report says operational reforms are key, optimizing geothermal energy as base load completely. And this is one thing that makes me to support this. Expand off-grid solar access. If you look at the places that some of us come from, the semi-arid areas, where we have a lot of, sun throughout the year, and we can harvest solar energy, and every home, even if we have those small huts, every home can be connected to that, or we can come up with something that can provide light and help even our students be educated or study on their own. Honorable Speaker, I have gone through this report, and I feel that we need to grow and grow very fast. Yes, the Turkana wind power is in my county, but sincerely speaking, Marsabit people are not benefiting a lot from it in any way. We need to come up with ways that local people can benefit. And with those few remarks, I support the report, and it is my prayer that very soon Kenyans will get out of the dilemma that we are in. Thank you.
Very well. The last to speak on this in terms of interest is the Honorable Geoffrey Mwangi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to also contribute to this addendum on the cost of power in the country. Mr. Speaker, power competitiveness is very, very important in any economy. And I've heard someone say that he wants to move this country to a first world country, to become like Singapore. But sadly, the same week, the same person was talking about switching off power, which is a huge contradiction and which shows that we still don't have the formula on moving this country forward from a power point of view. But that be as it may be, the report presented here is very progressive. And I hope that it can be taken seriously and be implemented. Mr. Speaker, I think the biggest driver of a cost of power in this country is actually corruption. And this is not a new thing. If you look at the power purchase agreements, they were lopsided. And we continue as a country to pay a heavy price for the people who led the power sector at that time. And I agree with what the Honorable Karoli Omondi said, that a lot of them were vested interests. And that, by the way, thing has continued with every successive regime where people have become very, very invested in these power purchase agreements. Mr. Speaker, some of these PPAs cannot be renegotiated. And I know the chair would like to open some of these contracts and whatever. But most of them will come up at a very, very huge cost. So maybe that consideration of renegotiation, maybe it is, as much as we have kept talking about it as Parliament, because it is not a new thing, and as a country, we do not know to what extent it is feasible. So, since some of these contracts are about to lapse, how do we as a country now transition? Mr. Speaker, I've got a number of upwards of 10,000 megawatts. But if you look at the investment in geothermal, it has been significantly slow. We seem to be exploring other more expensive sources like solar, which is a good thing, but pretty expensive because of storage issues. How can't we put more effort, on geothermal? Mr. Speaker, the other thing we need to tackle is what we call the technical and non-technical losses, which in this country stand at about 19%, one of the highest in this country. And this includes the fact that we transmit our electricity using a very old transmission network. The second one is electricity theft in this country. We have so many people unmetered, but who are enjoying electricity, illegal connections, etc. And Mr. Speaker, one of the things that we have as a country to control this power distribution monopoly called Kenya Power. Mr. Speaker, Kenya Power is the single biggest source of structural inefficiency in the power sector in this country. And Mr. Speaker, we have large industries who today can even tap power directly from an independent power producer. But the law says you have to go to Kenya Power, and then Kenya Power dispatches to that customer. It is important that, Mr. Speaker, we also do not shelve some of the ambitious projects on hydro that we've had. Recently, we heard that the Grand Falls project has been cancelled. We do not know the reason, but in this country, when you see a mega project being cancelled, your guess is as good as mine. Maybe the rent seekers could not successfully negotiate what they wanted in that contract. Mr. Speaker, lastly, is the cost of connectivity. In this country, Mr. Speaker, I see people even almost, going to seek for money to connect electricity. Yet, Mr. Speaker, if we had a fully liberalized system, the way people today beg and say, nimeenda kutafuta pesa ya stima to connect my people, it is those companies that will be coming to your people to connect them. Nobody is begging people to connect mobile phones today. It is happening automatically. So, Mr. Speaker, I hope that this report can go beyond just this floor of Parliament. The next thing should be a conference to discuss power in this country. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Very well spoken. I think Mary Emase, you don't have to leave your card here, walk away, come in, but let's hear you.
Honorable Speaker, thank you. I had an urgent matter.
Proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable,
Honorable Speaker, I want to support the report by the Committee on Energy on reducing the cost of power. Honorable Speaker, the cost of power as we stand today is too high for an average Kenyan. So therefore, the proposals, as we propose various measures as seen in the report, and I'm happy that you have highlighted, you know, you must start by admitting there is a problem and identify the sources. Why are we having high costs of power? And I'm happy that the committee has highlighted some of those costs. I do not want to go into that. But we must then make sure that we increase the share of renewable energy sources into our energy mix. Because the only way we are going to ensure that we bring down the cost of energy is by making sure that we even upgrade, and I want to allude to what my colleague has spoken to, the one who has just spoken. We must begin by upgrading our transmission and distribution in infrastructure so that we can reduce technical losses. Unless we do that, then Kenyans will continue to suffer high cost of energy. We need to encourage more suppliers of energy to get into renewable energy so that we develop the strategies and manage the intermittency and ensuring that there is grid stability. And Honorable Speaker, even as we speak about reducing the cost of power, I want to speak to the committee and the chairman of the Committee on Energy, that there are areas in this country that still require connection. They have never seen what power is. If you come to Teso South, Honorable Chair, and I think I am going to invite you to Teso South, from Busia town, Alupe area, you go to Alupe B, go to Aloeti, Namase, go to Kaliwa village in Aturet, and many areas of Teso South. We do not have power. What I am talking about is let us also see equity in distribution and connection of power across the country. There are people who do not even know what we are talking about reducing the cost because they do not have the power at all. They have never seen what power is. They are still using that small lighting, instrument we call a kadoba, where I come from, Honorable Speaker, and their kids cannot study. They have problems, eye sickness, and all manner of, challenges, Honorable Speaker. So as we support this report, that we must reduce the cost of power, for me, in Teso South, I insist, connect more to power. Then now we continue talking about reducing the cost of power. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity.
Great. You have been very passionate and emotive about it. And the chair is close to you. You'll continue talking to him. Meanwhile, the mover.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And let me take this opportunity to thank all members who have contributed, including yourself, Honorable Speaker. And I will start with what your contribution was, Honorable Speaker, regarding the battery storage. Honorable Speaker, we really canvassed around this issue of the battery storage. And as you're saying again, we have enough generation during the day. But now when we really need that power during the evening hours, when you are doing the load shedding, Honorable Speaker, that is when now the battery storage would have kicked in. And Honorable Speaker, we had a huge conversation around this. The only issue that was brought by the ministry that the battery storage technology is so expensive to a point that it would cost twice as much to store instead of, but again, we didn't agree, and I totally agree with you. The battery storage would be a solution towards when instead, like one of the speakers, I think it was Honorable Mbui was talking about deemed losses that we normally pay. That is a time that Honorable Speaker would. Secondly, Honorable Speaker, again in your contribution, and this was very key, it is what you are talking about, build, operate, and transfer. Honorable Speaker, it's unfortunate that we allow in these independent power producers to come in and do a power plant. Then after that, once they are done in their years, then they demolish everything and take off. Instead, We would then, this agreement, and as a committee, that is what we have looked into, Honorable Speaker, to try and address you build, operate, but when it comes to the end of your contract or your agreement, allow the government to take up. And this one, we also made it very clear in our report that, Honorable Speaker, we should not allow, EPRA wanted that they are the ones who make a decision as to whether they should, and we said no. As EPRA is a regulator, we are not going to allow you to make that decision. Allow that decision to be done by another independent person who will look at the value of money for either to transfer or we shut down that. Because sometimes, as you have already indicated and heard from Honorable Mwangi, who is, has been in the sector for quite a while, is that this technology sometimes becomes obsolete. So again, if we allow EPRA to decide to take up an obsolete technology, that again goes to a very expensive, again, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, allow me to just indicate that we've had very good comments from members and kind of summed up by Honorable Mwangi, that the corruption aspect. And Honorable Speaker, we live in this country and we know what has been happening in the circles of the corruption sector, Honorable Speaker. And the conflict of interest act that we passed here will go a long way, Honorable Speaker, to address part of what most of the members were raising. It is true. Honorable Speaker, at some point, this report had mentioned some people adversely who are players or rather officers within government who actually were involved in some malpractice. Honorable Speaker, it was only that by that time during Moi time, again we are looking at it and saying it's not fair when somebody was during Moi's time to mention their names. Actually, this report had names indicating that so-and-so was corruptly using their position to be able to advance this. But Honorable Speaker, again, as we said, as a committee, it is our responsibility to make sure that going forward, no person, no officer, no government official will be able to craft a contract because they have an interest in that. Of course, addressed by the conflict of interest bill and other necessary legislation that are there. It is true, Honorable Speaker. Kenya's electricity now, as we are talking today, currently, 60% is renewable. And that is why the government is looking forward into how then do we maximize, optimize the geothermal, because it is the cheapest source of energy that we have. And KenGen, for your information, Honorable Speaker, you hear now that Ethiopia, by the way, for your information, they could be producing a lot of energy and through electricity. But Honorable Speaker, I have been to Ethiopia thrice. You will be surprised of the connectivity percentages in Ethiopia. Yes, they produce so much. But if you go to the rural areas of Ethiopia, Honorable Speaker, and other urban places, they don't have connectivity. Actually, we did a survey, and they were working towards now the transmission on how they can be able now to be able to connect. So what they have is that they don't have enough transmission, and that is why we are also, and yes, the Kenya-Ethiopia transmission line that is now complete, it is true that we are now actually importing some of our electricity to manage the off-grid areas in the neighboring part. The losses, it is true, Honorable Speaker, those technical losses, or non-technical losses. And that is why there was this argument between Elijah and Sane. Yes, if you produce 3,000, then out of that 800 is lost through the system. It doesn't reach. So it is not generated electricity because it's lost through, and I want to agree with Akina Karori Omondi, who are experts. You know, I was wondering how then does Karori Omondi, Honorable Karori Omondi, know so much, and he's telling, I was a member of EPRA, and I totally appreciate the experience that he had in EPRA. Now he has, and now I think as we look into, we will be asking Parliament to also provide, Honorable Speaker, like I'm not saying you have been in the energy sector, I know you have been in the other education sector, but you have a lot of information. I think it is important for committees of parliament, different departmental committees. When we'll be doing our inquiries or something, it is good to get an input of our colleagues in parliament who might have served in respective sectors or the sector that, like, for example, if we had known, we would have invited Karori Omondi and my brother, Honorable Mwangi, and others, and yourself, Honorable, to come and also we hear and try to enrich the report that we are talking about. Honorable Speaker, the theft, I'm shocked, Honorable Speaker, it is true. As much as we are talking about the cost of energy, the theft of inefficiency of KPLC and the people of Kenya stealing and illegal connection. Honorable Speaker, just the other day we went with the President to do a groundbreaking for a school. Honorable Speaker, I was shocked that after when they did dig the trenches for the foundation, a whole estate went into darkness. So we were surprised. Then they came complaining. Stima has gone, and do you know, Honorable Speaker, we were shocked. A whole estate was being supplied by illegal connected electricity. You can imagine how many years. That place has been there for the last 18 years. You can imagine for how long Kenya Power. So again, I totally agree, illegal connection and theft of Kenya Power, and that is something that we need to, on matters to do with how then do we proceed. The Grand High Falls thing that is being spoken very much. Honorable Speaker, the President has spoken to this, and he has actually in different forums spoken to the fact that we are going. By visiting Ethiopia, it is also for him to do a benchmarking. And he has made it very clear that he has instructed our committee that we look into on how best do we onboard the foreign financiers to come and do that high grant. It has been there since Kibaki's time. It was there. Uhuru Kenyatta did try to. We are believing that with the current government, we will be able to start the High Grand Falls Dam. That is so. Honorable Speaker, the very last issue that has been spoken by members is about the fair distribution of electricity. The very last sentiment which was spoken by Honorable Emasi. It is true, Honorable Speaker. My constituency, unfortunately, is an urban place. I am almost 100%. But you find some other places, as it's been said, 15%, 30%. Honorable Speaker, that is something that, and the current administration has made it very clear through the committee that they are not going to allow any skewed, budgetary provisions, that you leave another place with no connectivity. And I take, for example, I'm a chair of Nakuru Town East, which has 100%. And still I put a lot of budget into my constituency to go where? Honorable Speaker, I want to thank members that, yes, so we'll be looking at the budget, Honorable Speaker, so that we can be able to improve on the percentages of connectivity, and that one we have agreed. Honorable Speaker, we have enough distribution line. Ketraco now is in place, Honorable Speaker, and with those few remarks, Honorable Speaker, I beg to reply.
Very well, and thank you, Chair. You have been honestly and religiously following the contributions from the members from the way. You have heard your reply, but I would wish to indicate that, like the Honorable Marcia did indicate, and this affects virtually all these members, the equity and equality of distribution is very, very important. And Honorable Chair, I would wish you to listen to this. I would really be very happy if we went back to the times when the budget for power and especially the rural electrification was per constituency. When I came to this House, Chair, the monies for Emuhaya were available, and the monies for every constituency were available. The model that we later on changed to where those in the Committee of Energy and those around those places would have every budget, and other constituencies will have nothing. Honestly, I'm very happy to hear that you want to go back to where equity is important. Thank you. We shall defer the putting of the question to the next sitting, next order.
Order number 11, motion
First, report on the status of implementation of the Constitution by 3 commissions.
Very well, Chairperson, Constitution Implementation, Oversight Committee.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I really waited to present this report to the House. Finally, we've got here. Honorable Speaker, esteemed members of Parliament, I rise this evening in accordance with Standing Order 199 to table before this House the first report on the status of implementation of the Constitution by 3 constitutional commissions, namely the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights, the National Land Commission, and the National Gender and Equality Commission. This report is a product of the committee's deliberations with these institutions held between the months of February and April 2024, and it provides a comprehensive overview of their operations, achievements, and the persistent challenges they face in executing their mandate.
Order, Honorable Carol Yamondi. Move your report officially and deliberately as it is on the order paper, that you beg to move that this House adopts the first report, blah, 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 blah.
Thank you. My apologies. Letter. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move the motion that this House adopts the first report of the Constitutional Implementation Oversight Committee on the status of implementation of the Constitution by the following independent commissions, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 12 November 2024. Kenya National Commission on Human Rights, the National Land Commission, and the National Gender and Equality Commission. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Proceed.
Honorable Speaker, the Constitution implemented. Do I start again?
Yeah.
For the record.
Yeah.
Honorable Speaker, sir, esteemed members of Parliament, I rise this evening in accordance with Standing Order 199 to table before this House the first report on the status of implementation of the Constitution by 3 constitutional commissions, namely the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights, the National Land Commission, and the National Gender and Equality Commission. This report is a product of the committee's deliberations with these institutions held between the months of February and April 2024, and it provides a comprehensive overview of their operations, achievements, and the persistent challenges they face in executing their mandates as envisaged under Chapter 15 of the Constitution. The Constitutional Implementation Oversight Committee, established under Paragraph 4 of the 6th Schedule to the Constitution, bears the responsibility of overseeing constitutional implementation. This report represents our committee's assessment of how these vital institutions are discharging their constitutional mandates and the impediments they face. Honorable Speaker, the core functions of Chapter 15 constitutions, or the independent commissions and independent offices, those of the Auditor General and Controller of Budget, is essentially oversight of government. It is envisaged that these commissions will be independent, impartial, and very specialized in their technical nature. And the core objectives are that they ensure compliance with the Constitution, promote accountability, safeguard democratic principles, maintain the rule of law, and oversee the enforcement of national values and ethics. From our engagements with the commissions, it is clear that despite facing immense structural and financial constraints, these institutions have continued to contribute meaningfully to the implementation of the Constitution. The commissions have provided vital oversight in areas such as land governance, gender equality, protection of special interest groups, and the defense of fundamental human rights and freedoms. Their interventions have informed legislation, shaped national policy, held state institutions accountable, and given notice to the often unheard and unseen segments of our society. Honorable Speaker, fellow members, while these successes are commendable, they are frequently achieved under conditions that no institution constitutionally tasked with such weighty responsibilities should be subjected to. What emerges consistently from our findings is that constitutional commissions in this country operate under a common cloud of underfunding, limited staffing, and insufficient institutional support. These challenges are not just administrative inconveniences, they are constitutional impediments. Despite the constitutional guarantee under Article 249, Sub-Article 3, that each commission shall receive adequate and distinct funding from Parliament to enable it to discharge its mandate, these institutions are persistently under-resourced. Their budgets are often collapsed within the executive sectoral working groups, forcing them to compete with ministries for limited fiscal space. This arrangement not only undermines their independence, but also violates the spirit and letter of the Constitution, which intended these bodies to act as counterweights and not appendages of the executive. Another area of serious concern, Honorable Speaker, is the attempt to merge constitutional commissions, such as the National Gender and Equality Commission and the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights, with statutory bodies like the National Commission on NCIC, without adequate public participation or constitutional compliance. Such proposals, particularly as contained in the recommendation of the National Dialogue Committee, the NADCO report, risk undoing the gains made in promoting equality, inclusion, and social justice. They disregard the constitutional distinctions between commissions created under Chapter 15 and those established by statute. Honorable Speaker, I think the country has witnessed an attempt by the executive to channel compensation for victims of demonstrations through a body established by executive order. This is already the subject of court cases, and we will not, under the sub judice rule, go into it, but you can see the challenges. Honorable Speaker, with respect to the 2/3 gender rule, we would like to draw...
Honorable Karoli, you are one of our best articulate members of parliament. As you go through the script reading, our standing orders encourage as much as possible that you speak to those things and paraphrase them.
Further compounding this issue is a persistent failure to debate and act upon the annual reports submitted by these institutions, as required under Article 254, Sub-Article 1 of the Constitution. These reports are meant to inform policy direction, legislative reform, and institutional accountability. Their dormancy in parliamentary shelves is not just a missed opportunity, it is a dereliction of duty that erodes public confidence in constitutional oversight. Honorable members, let me also highlight that the lapse of constitutional timelines for the review of electoral boundaries by the Independent Electoral Boundaries Commission, as provided in Article 89, have created a looming constitutional crisis. The commissions we engaged have raised red flags about this vacuum, noting the potential legal and political consequences of delaying this vital process. Parliament must move with speed to address this situation, failing which we risk undermining the very foundation of representative democracy. This report also lays bare how inclusion and rights of special interest groups remain under threat due to poor prioritization and chronic budgetary neglect to the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights. Whether it is the rights of persons with disabilities, intersex persons, women, or marginalized communities, the story remains the same. Lack of political will, goodwill, insufficient resources, and low compliance with existing legal frameworks. This is not just a policy failure, it is a constitutional betrayal. If we are to live up to the vision of the 2010 Constitution, we must place equality, non-discrimination, and inclusion at the very heart of our national development agenda. This report is therefore a clarion call to this House to reaffirm its role as the primary defender of constitutionalism. It calls on us to act by reviewing our standing orders to ensure these commissions present their budgets directly to CIOC for scrutiny, by ensuring their reports are scheduled for debate at the beginning of every session, and by ring-fencing their funding as per the constitutional requirement. It is time to stop treating Chapter 15 commissions as peripheral to our governance framework. They are central pillars in the architecture of our democratic state, and on behalf of the committee, I wish to express sincere gratitude to the leadership and staff of the three commissions for their honest and illuminating submissions. I also thank members of the committee, the Office of the Speaker, the Clerk of the National Assembly, and the Secretariat for their dedication in the preparation of this report. With those remarks, Honorable Speaker, I hereby lay this report on the table of the House and urge this Honorable House to adopt its recommendations in full. and in so doing, to renew our collective commitment to the faithful implementation of the Constitution of Kenya 2010. With those remarks, I request the distinguished Honorable Member, Geoffrey Mulanya, to second.
The Honorable Mulanya.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to second this particular report tabled by before this House by the Chairman of the Constitutional Implementation Oversight Committee on the status of implementation of the Constitution by the 3 constitutional commissions. Mr. Speaker, the independent constitutional commissions, as the name suggests, were designed by the drafter of our Constitution to have a special status under the law. They were envisaged as quasi-fourth arm of the government, operating independently of the traditional executive, legislative, and judiciary, deriving their mandate from the Constitution. These commissions were established to curb the concentration of power in the executive, which was a problem under the previous Constitution. Hence, they are designed to operate without fear or favor. Mr. Speaker, from the report, I wish to point out the provisions of Article 259, and so that we can assert the independence of these particular constitutional commissions. Mr. Speaker, Article 249 provided the commissions are designed to, 1, protect the sovereignty of the people, 2, secure the observance by all state organs of democratic values and principles, then 3, promote constitutionalism. Mr. Speaker, what came out through our engagement with these particular commissions was the issue of underfunding, which, as has been pointed out in the report by the chair, is a key concern that denies this particular commission the issue of independence. And that's why in the report, it is pointed out that the commissions, the budget for this particular commission are often collapsed with sectorial working groups, forcing this particular commission to compete with the ministries. And I wish to point out, for instance, the National Land Commission, what came out clear. When you send the National Land Commission for their budget through the Ministry of Lands, yet the drafter of the Constitution wanted this particular commission to stand independent so that they can protect the issue of the land grabbing that used to be happening and the excesses that were being exercised by the executive, whereby even the Commission of Land could allocate its friends a portion of land, even the hive of section of the forest land or prison land in this particular country. But now, how can this particular commission perform without proper budgetary allocations? Those are the issues we are saying that these, as the name suggests, are independent commission that are supposed to operate independently. And the same article under sub-article 3 gives these powers, these house powers to, if you may allow me to read out, under article 3, sub-article 3 of the Constitution, that Parliament shall allocate adequate funds to enable each commission and independent office to perform its function, and the budget of each commission and independent office shall be a separate vote. But what is happening from our engagement with this particular commission? They don't have a separate vote. They are collapsed into the sectors of ministries. And as a result, they don't have enough funds to even have staff to carry out their functions. So, Mr. Speaker, as pointed out by the chair and in the report, that there is need for this House to consider amending the standing orders of this House so that the budget of this particular independent commission can now be directed through the CIOC committee, because this is the committee that is mandated by the Constitution to oversight this particular independent commission and ensure that they maintain the independence. With those few remarks, Mr. Speaker, I beg to support the report.
Honorable Mulanya, you beg to second. Could you just go back on record?
With those few remarks, Honorable Speaker, thanks. I beg to second the report.
Honorable members, I now propose the question, which is that this House adopts the first report of the Constitutional Implementation Oversight Committee on the status of implementation of the Constitution by the following independent commissions laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 12th November 2024. 1, Kenya National Commission on Human Rights, the National Land Commission, and 3, the National Gender and Equality Commission. On the screen here, the first Honorable to have the first bite is the Honorable Timothy Toroitich, Honorable Member for Marquette.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to speak on this very important report, the report on the status of implementation of the Constitution by 3 constitutional commissions, that is, Kenya National Commission on Human Rights, the National Land Commission, and the National Gender and Equality Commission. Honorable Speaker, I associate myself with the substance of and the sentiments by the honorable members on the status of the implementation of the Constitution insofar as these three institutions are concerned. Honorable Speaker, these institutions exist to breathe life to the Constitution of this Republic. Honorable Speaker, we have one of the most progressive constitutions within the continent of Africa. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, we have an obligation as a country to protect this constitution. Honorable Speaker, for any functional democracy, there's someone, there's a scholar who once said that should be Montesquieu, that for a proper functional democracy, there must be 3 arms of government: the executive, the judiciary, and the legislature. And therefore, such commissions are also there to ensure that the executive does not, or any arms of government does not misuse that particular power. Honorable Speaker, Professor Okoth Ogendo talked about a constitution without constitutionalism. Sometimes countries have a constitution but do not practice constitutional tenets that they are supposed to practice. Honorable Speaker, therefore, this report is very important because it highlights whether those commissions are able to defend the fundamental rights provided for by the Constitution or not. Honorable Speaker, I have listened to the Honorable Karolo Mondi and my friend Honorable Mulanya espouse on this subject. Honorable Speaker, for the avoidance of doubt, these commissions are referred to as the Chapter 15 commissions. Honorable Speaker, one of the mandates of these commissions is 1, to protect the sovereignty of the people. Number 2, to secure the observance by all state organs of democratic values and principles. And 3rd, to promote constitutionalism. So, Honorable Speaker, at any time where there is a breach of the Constitution, these bodies are the ones to speak up that the Constitution has been breached. Honorable Speaker, further to that, if you look at closely at Article 249(2), it provides that the commissions and the holders of independent offices, A, are subject only to this Constitution and the law. And number 2, Honorable Speaker, very important, are independent and not subject to direction or control by any person or authority. Honorable Speaker, I have heard the members speak here. One of the commissions that has been mentioned is the National Land Commission. Honorable Speaker, this is a very important commission in this country insofar as protecting rights in terms of land ownership. Honorable Speaker, if this commission is not funded directly and is funded through the ministry, then the question that begs, how will that commission be able to oversight the Ministry of Lands? It beats logic, and of course, if they try to oversight, then the ministry will not be able to release funds to this particular commission. Honorable Speaker, Article 3 of our Constitution provides that in terms of defending this Constitution, that every person has an obligation to respect, uphold, and defend this Constitution. But who checks whether this Constitution is being protected and defended by the very people that are mentioned by Article 3? Honorable Speaker, I submit that it is the commissions that are provided for under Chapter 15. They are the ones to ensure that our Constitution is respected and it is being upheld pursuant to this particular provision. Honorable Speaker, and therefore, funding constitutes a very important element insofar as securing the independence of these particular commissions. Honorable Speaker, this House, and I associate myself with the sentiments by the committee and in line with Article 249(3), which has a very clear provision that Parliament shall, Honorable Speaker, it's mandatory. It is mandatory as a House, shall allocate adequate funds to enable each commission and independent office to perform its functions, and the budget of each commission and independent office shall be a separate vote. Honorable Speaker, these words were not put in the Constitution to color this Constitution, to make it beautiful. They were put so that they are acted upon, and Parliament has been mandated. Honorable Speaker, the word shall has been used in this article. This House has been mandated pursuant to Article 249(3) to allocate adequate funds and to those independent commissions. So, Honorable Speaker, we have an obligation as a House so that when this report is adopted, the Committee on Implementation should ensure that in the next budget, this article is acted upon, it is actualized, so that it does not only exist in theory. Honorable Speaker, we must have a constitution, just like Professor Okoth Ogendo said, we must have a constitution with constitutionalism, not a constitution without constitutionalism. I submit. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Very well. And thank you for remembering the philosopher Montesquieu in the French Revolution, who is hardly quoted, yet he was the father of separation of powers. Many authorities would go for Voltaire and Jean-Jacques Rousseau. But then there being no much more interest on this one, yes, that is the Honorable Gakucha. Proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I stand to support this report. Honorable Speaker, the report of the Constitutional Implementation Oversight Committee correctly identifies some immediate operational impediments faced by Chapter 15 of the commissions, such as inadequate budgetary allocation, lack of parliamentary debate on annual reports, and poor representation at cabinet level. These are real challenges, Honorable Speaker. More than a decade after promulgation of the Constitution, Kenya's constitutional implementation issues are no longer merely technical, Honorable Speaker, or just administrative. They are structural, they are political, and of course they are systemic. Honorable Speaker, the 2010 Constitution promised transformative governance, devolution, accountability, checks and balances, protection of human rights, gender equality, and land justice. Yet the practical lived experience of many Kenyans in these promises remains under-implemented, selectively enforced, or quietly undermined. Honorable Speaker, when we look at the issue of independence of the commissions, the Constitution clearly points at the independent commissions shall remain completely independent and not under control of any body or any other external influences. Honorable Speaker, we see a situation where the independent commissions are totally dependent budget, or they have budget dependency. And of course, they have weak autonomy. Honorable Speaker, you will from time to time see the independent commissions sitting to negotiate their budgets, of course with the legislature, which of course is a budget-making body. But Honorable Speaker, the sad story is that the same commissions have to go begging the executive, led by Treasury, to release the same funds that already negotiated with Parliament. Even when these funds are allocated to them at the budget level, these funds are still not available. Honorable Speaker, from the report that I've gone through, the committee clearly points out that the Human Rights Commission, for example, operates under capacity. They operate on about 30% of their capacity. Honorable Speaker, this commission has only 6 or 7 regional offices in a country that has 47 counties. And you can imagine in a situation where this commission is supposed to be oversighting or is supposed to be helping Kenyans with issues of human rights, they are completely incapacitated. Honorable Speaker, sometimes they are also reprimanded. Honorable Speaker, you remember recently when the offices of the Kenya National Human Rights Commission were invaded and raided by goons who were seen to have been sent by the executive arm of this government. Honorable Speaker, and this was done completely under the protection of the police. This is total infringement to the independence of our commissions, which are supposed to be operated. Honorable Speaker, I don't think it's right for the leadership.
No, and don't take it in bad faith. Just take your seats. It's procedural. You just have the point of order. We shall even add you some minutes. You are contributing very well. Proceed.
Don't be irritated, Honorable Gagushia. Is it in order for Honorable Gagushia to say that goons sent by executive arm of this country, government, surely, does the government own any goon or any group of, goons to send to people so that they can be harassed? Is it right to say that, surely?
Very well, the Honorable Gagushia, you don't commit yourself to what you can't substantiate, but you are contributing well. I loved your colleague Mwangi, so just get off those sideshows and proceed. You are doing very well. Proceed.
Honorable Speaker, I am not aware that my good friend, the Canon, Honorable Naomi Wako, speaks for executive. And
no, the point, Honorable, is that could you substantiate that then the goons were sent by the executive?
Honorable Speaker, if my good Honorable Naomi Wako listened to my statements clearly, I did point out that were allegedly sent by the executive. Honorable Speaker, why it is alleged that they were sent by the executive is because they were seen to be under the protection of police. Honorable Speaker, even when this was raised with the Kilimani police station, no action was taken to date, Honorable Speaker.
I'm sure you can't still substantiate all that. So please get out of that and continue.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Contributions.
Honorable Speaker, what I'm pointing out is that the independent commissions are not independent, and clearly the report from our committee here is advocating for the independent committees, the independent commissions to be allowed to operate independently. Take, for example, Honorable Speaker, how many reports are filed by these independent commissions to this Parliament? How many are actually debated in this Parliament? Honorable Speaker, you realize that many of these reports are filed as a matter of routine, formality, and they are filed away without much debate. And even where they are debated, the debate is controlled, And even when they are debated, there is no implementation of the actionable points that are raised. Honorable Speaker, may I suggest that the independent commissions first need to be staffed independently. The commissioners also need to be picked independently. Because today, if you look at our independent commissions in this country, if we look at each other's face and tell ourselves the truth, they are dominated by people who fail in political positions or to capture political positions. In fact, in tea places, restaurants, and on high tables and boardrooms, you will hear the undertones of sharing of the positions of the commissions. Some of the people who did not capture political positions are promised these commissioners' position. And Honorable Speaker, you see that happening. I would wish we go back to the year 2010 when we promulgated this constitution. We saw vibrancy, energy, independence, not only independence in terms of the name, but total independence in terms of mind. You remember the days when we had someone like Nyachai, who was actually oversighting the implementation of the Constitution. Honorable Speaker, these gentlemen, right from the word go, were quite independent in mind, in their speech, in their thinking, in their articulation. But today, most of the commissioners are like rained on chicken. They don't talk. They never want to contradict the executive. Why? Because they have strings attached. Honorable Speaker, can we allow the independent commissions to be independent? Why in the first place did we have independent commissions in the Constitution? It's because every government must have checks and balances. And whereby the executive cannot properly be oversighted by the legislature or adjudicated by the judiciary, we then have independent commissions. Commission on Administration of Justice, Honorable Speaker, for example, is supposed to be such a powerful, independent commission. I remember 10 years ago, when I worked in the water sector, if we received a letter from the Ombudsman, the Commission of Administration of Justice, I worked in a department which was handling a lot of issues coming from the public. Honorable Speaker, when we received a letter from them, we would not get sleep. We would shake. When they summoned us to KICC to go and answer to the charges by the customers or by interested parties, Honorable Speaker, we would be very terrified. But today, our independent commissions raises issues for formality's sake because they do not want to stifle their relationship with the hand that feeds them. And this is executive. Can you imagine, Honorable Speaker, even if Treasury was to act against the will of Kenyans, most of the independent commissions will be very careful to raise a finger. Why? Because Treasury is the one that gives them money. And all they will need to do is to withhold their money, is to withhold their budget. Monies directly and operate their budgets separately. Just like the way judiciary does operate their own budgets without the interference of the executive and Treasury for that matter. That would help us. Honorable Speaker, I'm also advocating that let us have commissioners picked independently, professionally, and completely removed from the ties of the executive and also parliament. This is because these independent commissions are also supposed to oversight parliament for that matter. Honorable Speaker, we must restore the dignity of our constitution. We must go back to where we began. We must go back to 2013, where these independent commissions exhibited a bit of independence. In fact, we must promote this to a higher level because as a country, we have grown way much before from where we have been. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I submit.
Very well. What's your point of order there? Yes, Honorable. I can see your hand. Are you contributing? Proceed.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to make a contribution to this particular motion by the Committee on Constitution Implementation. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, this report serves as an eye-opener to tell us the audit status of our commissions. I'm sure we've only picked on 3 commissions for this purpose, but it's enough to give us the outlook of the performance of our commissions against the original intention of the promulgation of the new constitution. The promoters of the new constitution and the people of Kenya, when they came up with the new constitution and decided to create offices and institutions that are going to ensure that governance of the country is streamlined to achieve the purpose and the objective of Article 1 of the Constitution, where the power belongs to the people, and that every resource and revenue that are generated by the same people is geared to give them services. This was informed much by the earlier administration in the former Constitution, where it was the fact that it was perceived to be democratic, but it was being hoodwinked by the administrative system that it was existing. And since that time up to now, I've been engaging through our committee, most of commissions that we oversight. And the main prayers and lamentation they're giving is that we are facing a lot of challenges in running our mandate. They are facing a lot of difficulties in running their mandate. One of the critical reasons is the resource allocation. And why? Because they are forced to go and sit with the people whom they are mandated to be checking on them, to sit with them, to discuss with them, and to share with them. Even in some extent, they are forced to go and borrow, to go and bend for them. And I want to agree with this report, that for us as a country, Kenya, where we are priding that in Africa, we are priding as the most democratic country, that we exercise our democracy. Mr. Speaker, this House has to rise and protect, as per Article 95 of the Constitution, to protect the Constitution of Kenya by ensuring that agencies that have been established by law are there to serve as per their mandate.
Yes, Honorable. What is your point of order?
Honorable Speaker.
Yes. Give him the microphone, please. You have the mic.
Honorable Speaker, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 35 on quorum. Thank you.
Very well. The Sergeant at Arms, please ring the quorum bell. Very well, the 10 minutes are done. You can ask the Sergeant at Arms can stop the quorum bell. Member rose from his place on standing order number 35, which basically deals with quorum, and I've proceeded to confirm there was no quorum then. And even after ringing the quorum bell for 10 minutes, I still confirm there's no quorum. And therefore, members, let's be upstanding. Honorable members, and the time being 7:20 p.m., this House stands adjourned until tomorrow, Thursday, 13th November, 2025 at 2:30 p.m.
What is this?